And we're off, right? Let's double check this. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. Audio is good. Yeah, we should be good. We should be fine. How are you doing, everybody? We are off. My name is Luke Thomas. This is going to be two different things here tonight. Number one, we're going to watch the entire UFC 319 main card together. Of course, you can pop in and pop out, but I'll be here the whole time. And in fact, this is something kind of interesting for me. I've got a much larger screen. I had like a 24 or a 27-inch monitor. I was using two of those simultaneously, and one of them fell and broke, and there was no way to repair it. So I had to get a new one. Cheeky, no. My daughter was about to come on screen. That's not a thing that I'm going to allow anymore. No, can't do that. Sorry about that. Dad duty calls. Chica, did you want to say goodnight? Did you want to say goodnight? I'll get back to her. We're going to watch the UFC main card together, UFC 319. And then the instant that is over, we're going to go right into the UFC 319 post-fight show. Okay? All right. Couple of things to announce off the top. Number one, no, oh my God, baby girl. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. I gotta fix this. Give me just 1 second. I shall be right back. Give me just a second, okay? Okay. I think we're squared away now. All right. Few things off the top. Number one, we have not a bunch, but we have some sponsors today for this broadcast. Number one, we'll talk about it later. DraftKings is on board for this broadcast, which I'm very excited about. Mando is on board for this broadcast, which I'm very excited about. And Old Reliable, how about these folks? They're back. Toiletries, LT15 for 15% off. Toiletries is going to be a sponsor for all live broadcasts like they have been previously for the rest of the year. So I'm pretty excited about them. Welcome back to Toiletries. Happy to be in business with them. And of course, we'll talk about more of the sponsor stuff a little bit later, but I wanted to get that off the top. Okay? That's one. Secondly, if you'd be so kind, thumbs up here on the video. That'd be awesome. Hit subscribe on this channel. That'd be awesome. Tell a friend. That'd be awesome too, because tonight is a big night, folks. Tonight is a very big night. I can't tell if I'm sleeping on Khamzat or DDP. I don't really know. I don't know what the answer to that is. But I guess tonight's going to be one of those nights where we get a great answer to that. Anyway, I got a new monitor. Is what I was telling you guys earlier. I got a new monitor, and it's much bigger. It's like 30. How much bigger is this one? Put it out here. It's like 32 inches. No, more than that. Maybe like 30. I'm not sure. But it's huge. And I noticed right away when I started doing tape study, I'm like, why have I been looking at tape on such a small screen? And you're like, well, don't you have that big ass TV that I use when I do the breakdowns? Which is true. I do have the big, that one is 80 inches. So that's a huge TV, but I don't actually watch tape on that. I only use it for purposes on this channel. So like, this is actually the biggest, this new monitor I have is now the biggest screen that I watch tape on. And I have to say it already has made a difference. I'm pretty excited about it. So in any case, what do you want to say about the card up to this point? It's been pretty good. Some pretty good wins. Alexander Hernandez had a nice win. Mikhail Oleksiejczuk had a nice win. Drakkar Klose beat up a guy in Edson Barboza who looked washed as shit. But he also performed ably. Yeah. So that was nice. Also, if you want to get a question or a comment on the screen, fire that thing into the super chat. I think we got some on there. Oh, yeah. We already do. We'll go to them now. Devin became a member. Welcome to the party, friend. Steve, welcome to the party. This gentleman, welcome to the party. I've missed you, LT. Yeah, you know what? I miss doing these. It's been a while since I've done one. I've sat down because there was vacation. I missed 318, right? I missed the Holloway and Poirier trilogy, or whatever you want to call that, the third fight between them. But I'm back now. And we're going to rock and roll. I don't know if I'm going to keep these glasses. So these are new glasses as well. These are supposed to be for like, so I've got Old Faithful. These are like laptop reading glasses, but these are supposed to be like a little further away. I can't quite tell which. Yeah, it's probably these. These are going to be better. I could see Tim Elliott's homeless beard. I mean, I'm one to talk, but he's got one too. In any case. RM, hello from the United Center. The energy here is insane. It looks pretty good on TV too. Miss Uri, thanks for the full main card watch along. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. 9:15 a.m. says 12-hour sleep book helping us as new parents. Thanks. Yes, 12 hours of sleep for 12 weeks. That's the book, folks. Your kid will be just fine with one of those. Neal says, if DDP wins, have you wrapped your brain around the idea that this goofy is going to be mentioned along the same breath as Adesanya, Anderson as possible middleweight goats? Yes, and he will. I mean, a win over Khamzat does not make him the middleweight goat, guys. As somebody who saw Anderson's run, like, it's well beyond this. But what I would say is that Weidman, Izzy, well, then now DDP conversation begins to get changed. All right, here comes Kai Asakura. He's taking on Tim Elliott. He's all smiles, fresh off the Alexandre Pantoja loss in his UFC debut. This is a much more manageable task. Asakura, big puncher, good wrestler. Wouldn't say he's lights out in either of those things, but he's dangerous, certainly. Sketchy White, welcome to the party. Michael says, Asakura, so you're picking Page, Prates, Pico, and DDP, the old P parlay. Yes, those are all decent picks. I think I don't know if I'm picking Pico, but the other ones I'm picking, I think. Carl says, I've been watching less MMA in recent years, but Topuria and Khamzat give me the same excitement I had for Prime Anderson and the rise of Conor. Man, there's simply no question. Tonight is the night. Tonight is the night. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. For me, certainly. Topuria was the first big one that I was waiting for this year. Obviously, Jones Aspinall's out the window. This is the other big one, if not the biggest one for me. Khamzat and DDP. This is a huge fight for me. So pretty excited. John says over under 400K pay-per-view buys. I don't even know what they're pulling in anymore to make it. I mean, back in the day, this would easily clear that. I don't know what they're making these days. Yo, how about Moses Itama today? Did you guys see him? They're like, wow, maybe Dillian White can make it 4 rounds. Dillian White couldn't even make it 4 minutes. Dillian White couldn't even make it 3 minutes. He got polished off in between, I think, two and some change. Dude, Moses Itama is the best heavyweight prospect in all of combat sports, period. 20 years old, and he might be fighting Usyk next. Now, I don't think that's the best idea, but, you know, you could give him Chisora. He's going to blow Chisora's brains out, too. A natural boxer, phenomenal athlete, really good at – I mean, dude, everyone's like, oh, he's fast. He's got big power. All true. All true. Dude, this is something you just don't see a lot of people talk about. I mean, they say it's good or it's bad, which is, I guess, in the end, the only thing that really matters. But, like, the level of salesmanship on the feints at how much they look like a strike that's coming, like the level of how good he sells it is, oh my God. And then, you know, he punishes mistakes instantly. You know, you react to one thing the wrong way, he immediately shoots underneath, then you go to cover, then he comes up top, and then he resets, and then he just begins to go really downhill. Dude, he is a fucking beast. Moses Itama is the best heavyweight prospect in all of combat sports by a mile. By a mile. Sketchy White says, without elaborating, who is more despicable? DDP or Khamzat? I have no fucking idea. On personal levels, I have no clue. Nor do at this point, nor do I wish to know. You know what I mean? I mean, that's not quite true, but on one level it is. It's like almost like the less I know, the better, you know? If Khamzat wins, I feel it will stall the division. I mean, this is always a relevant concern, but if he wins tonight and he wins it in convincing fashion, right, which is not to say, oh, he just goes in there in the first round and does what he always does, but if he faces a little bit of adversity and then overcomes that, to me, that's a little bit different. That I would feel like, I don't know, if he could somehow show he could manage resources, because you don't have visa problems anymore. So the question is like long-term health and his ability to maintain these kinds of things. I think to some degree, the kind of performance he could turn in tonight will give you an indication of what might be possible in a renewed era. Jay says, thank you for the UFC watch-along. Big fan. Thank you, Jay. I ran into some dude today in the gym, too. He's like, are you Luke Thomas? Very nice guy. Very nice guy. Now, the interesting part about that is, well, he was very friendly, but and no one's expecting you to look nice at the gym, but I was looking so ragged. It looked like I had walked in off the street and I was begging for change. So that was unfortunate, but who cares? All right. NYM says, what's the perception if Boers wins a dominant decision? That he, the prodigal son had returned home. I think that's what the fan base is going to think. Ant says, no pay-per-view in 2025 has done even 300K buys. Damn. Yeah, so then this one may not even clear. I mean, that is so low. That's insane. That's like unfathomable, dude. Their basement used to be 300K. That's like you could just turn in anything and it would sell 300K. That's crazy. Cannot wait for this main event with so many unknowns. You and me both, brother. Shine says, DDP is a what? DDP is a plus 220 underdog. What does Vegas know that I don't, LOL? Because that's crazy to me. I mean, again, this is what I go back to. I can't tell who we're sleeping on. All right, this bout's about to get started, so we'll read a few more of these. 9:15, who would be the DDP equivalent in boxing? It's like a goofy who wins? I mean, Emmanuel Augustus or something? I mean, even that's not quite right. That was still quite intentional. This person writes, Itama versus Joseph Parker next. That's not what anyone's talking about, but I wouldn't hate it. JP says, thought there was no way Khamzat would be champ by the end of 21, multiple classes as well. Feel like his career is a what if he wins, even if he wins tonight. Nah, if he wins tonight, it's not a what if. But if he loses tonight, it's a what if for sure. Good to have you back, Luke. Predicción para la Liga este año. I don't know. All right, hold on. I got to get this thing right. Here we go. Let's do this one. Hang on. Here we go. All right, round one. Here we go. It's kicked off. This is Tim Elliott and Kai Asakura. Tim Elliott acting like a weirdo. Tim dipping lead shoulder like he's going to spin, doing a bunch of crazy stuff. Asakura hits him with a 1-2. Actually, a 2-3, excuse me. Asakura is a big puncher. Damn, I cannot believe how much nicer it is to watch on this screen now. Holy shit. Short right hand there, misses for Asakura. Tim just standing way outside and then just kind of doing, a lot of different kinds of kicks, spinning or otherwise, to keep Asakura at range. Good left hook to the body and a right behind it from Asakura. Asakura with, fast hands. That right hand is the one that's getting through. Look at this flurry. Ooh. Elliott gives one back. Ooh. Home run right hand from Asakura. Near misses, but he was throwing heat. Oh. Right hand for Asakura lands twice now. Oh, backed him up with the right and then came through with the left. That was sick. Same thing. He got him to bend and then came through with the left. Tim put a little bit more pressure now. Yeah, you got to take this one seriously, dude. This dude can box. Nice jab. Yeah. I like how the commentary booth is like, yeah, Elliott's mostly just dancing. Yeah, that is true. He is throwing next to nothing. Oh, what a knee. Decent left hand return from Elliott. Elliott can touch him with the boxing, but it doesn't look like he's threatening him, right? Like he's always off balance. You know, it's designed to land, obviously. It's designed to hurt to a degree, but it's mostly just designed to touch. Oh, head kick from Asakura. It's caught on the downswing by Elliott, who uses it to return Asakura to the mat, and he's got side control with a heavy crossface. Tim Elliott's got a fucking chin, brother. Make no mistake about it. Asakura tries for octopus guard. Tim Elliott steps over the arm. That was pretty nice, actually, I have to admit. Asakura complaining about the downward elbows, but I believe those are legal now, yes? Asakura being ranked at 0-1 was pretty funny. I mean, they're sort of ranking him off of his wider resume, but yeah, I know what you mean. Look at the woman behind Dana just chewing gum like it's like a contest. All right, here we go. Boom. Hard right hand from Asakura. Oh, that knee just missed the bread basket. Boom on the neck. All right, here we go. Round 2. Oh man, that right hand from Asakura is another half step in, and it's curtains. Good left from Elliott. A double left hand from Elliott. First one gets blocked, second one gets through, but he's, again, it's so mechanically off balance that how much sting can there really be behind it? Leg kick. There it is. Bro, if you've got an attitude like what Elliott has here, it's like I appreciate how light he's keeping it, but much how much of a game plan that's actually designed around winning can you do this against credentialed opposition? Like you can do this when you've got the guy beaten basically. But he lost the first round. He's landing a little bit here in this round. Ooh, jumping knee misses for Asakura. Man, Asakura doesn't put a lot of feinting behind what he does. Granted, he's got a guy in his face that's doing a lot of pressuring, but you would, again, the reactive shots I don't mind, but like giving him something to think about, he's not really doing any of that. He just kind of goes. He like waits for an interesting time, but he just goes. See, look, that's how Tim's able to counter him. He just threw that right, and Elliott comes over with the left just because he can see it coming. There's not a whole lot setting it up. He's not doubling up on the jab or going low then coming high. A little bit here, kind of just sort of putting something out there. Dean recommending he do body shots. I fully agree. Oh, good takedown from Elliott. Asakura's up. Elliott's on his back. Elliott's on a huge submission threat. Asakura peels it. Nice. Nice. Dude. Okay, on the gas. On the gas. Asakura waiting around a little bit, and then he's doing this Dominic Cruz footwork, Elliott is. Oh, he comes charge again. That's another good takedown from Elliott. Let's see what Asakura can do off of his back. Elliott going for a guillotine? Yes. Oh, one armed. If he can post here, he might get it. Oh, I don't know. I can't see what's on the other side. That is deep. No, I think he's out now. I think it's out now. No? Oh, shit. That's it. I couldn't tell. What a win. You know what? Good win for him. I didn't think he was like on the feet. I didn't think he was doing a lot to like actively push the fight forward, but he's got skills. He got to kind of, you know what? Okay, let me take that back a little bit. He was doing enough clowning and being difficult enough of a target that he eventually, I think, helped not solely by himself, but kind of helped convince Asakura to do a little bit more blitzing and making himself more vulnerable, which then opened him up to the takedown, which he then did this with a superior ground game in the end. So like there was a little bit more method to it than I was giving it credit. So he comes in underneath the hook, grabs the double. Kai has full, tries to roll through on the guillotine, takes mount, has one armed, and then feeds it all to the other hand. Yeah, that was the angle we needed. Oh, he's pushing on the shoulder. Look at that. Look at Elliott pushing on the shoulder to drive the other arm through. That is nice. And Asakura not even fighting the hands on that side. That's a little weird. That's sick. That's sick. That's a great win. Nicely done. Wow, that was pretty cool. That was so nasty how he had the one arm locked up. He makes a fist, and then on this hand, he pushes the opposite shoulder down so he can move that one up further. That is nice. That is well done. Asakura looking bummed as shit. All right, here's the announcement. 4:39 of round number 2. Nicely done. Tim Elliott. Well done. Let's see what he says to Joe. Damn, Tim Elliott with no shoes on is almost as tall as Joe Rogan. Damn, he can't sit still. I'm good at taking him in the face. Oh man, he hooked the leg. Watch this. He pushes the. Oh, they don't show it. Him pushing the shoulder down. That was so sick. Good for Tim Elliott. Nice win. Nice win. I mean, first round was weird. The whole thing was kind of weird. But if you can get the guy to open up and make mistakes by whatever you're doing, whether you're setting him up or, kind of lulling him to sleep or whatever the method of that is, and it works, and then you can use a superior ground game to score submissions in transition, I can't hate. Who's this? Tracy Cortez. Who's this? Jamal Hill. Jamal Hill getting booed. That's so funny. Dragon says, appreciate your progressive takes on MMA. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. BJ Luke, happy you are alive tonight. The Max versus Dustin card was like Christmas without Santa in your absence. You're a bastion of hope that keeps the MMA tolerable. Oh, here we go. I mean, y'all are just making it political right away. That's cool, though. I appreciate it. Thank you for being you. Yeah, thank you guys for being here, whatever your persuasion may be. You're really doing BC skits and bits? What are you talking about? Not on purpose. Not on purpose. All right, MVP up at 185. All right. Here we go. Here comes Street. I love you, Luke. I love you as well, my friend. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Oh, actually, the screen. There we go. The screen just died. There we go. Alex says, what about Gilbert's guard deterred Khamzat from continuing to shoot after their initial grappling exchange? I have to go back and watch. The tape study I did yesterday, I did some tape study on my Substack. I did a live tape study with everybody. But the tape that we watched was the one that I thought would be the most relevant, which was we watched Khamzat, Whitaker, and then Khamzat Usman. And the Usman one was kind of interesting because the way Usman was able to survive and what he did specifically to survive versus what Whitaker did not. And then we watched Whitaker and DDP plus DDP and Brunson, because Brunson got him down off a caught kick. And then, you watch how DDP gets up. We saw this on the tape study. The way he gets up is he'll kick his feet. There's different ways you can do it, but he'll kick his feet high in the air and then he'll slam his heels down to the ground and then uses that momentum to bring his from the waist up so he can sit up when he does it. That's how and that, I got to tell you, against a really good guy, that's you're going to get your back taken doing that against somebody really good. You know what I mean? Unless you're really strong and can push them off of you. And, maybe he is. I guess we'll see. Man, Khamzat's already getting his hands right. I guess that's right. Yeah. How are you all doing out there, huh? Having a good night? Ready for some fights? Bro, I went to the Arlington, I think it's Arlington County Fair. The Arlington Fair today. That's a 9 out of 10. They did a great job. Tookster loved it. Here we go. God damn it, this thing. And then, on the way to the fair, I saw this on someone's window. Free DC, bitch. All right, here's QAnon Cannonier. I saw someone call him QAnonier. Jared QAnonier. Y'all ever looked at his feed? I don't know how bad it is these days, but there was a time when it was a lot of QAnon. You know what I'm saying? So my thought is on this one, Cannonier versus MVP is Cannonier is obviously heavier handed and can wrestle, I think. But I feel like MVP is going to be a bit of a tough fight for him because he's obviously going to be a lot quicker. And I think that style in particular can give Cannonier real problems. The guys who can, sort of explode out of range long distances, which is, that's kind of exactly what MVP does. I've been surprised at how well his athleticism has held up this late in his life, You can see the shadow of the jib. I don't know anything about Charney Arnold. I don't know anything about her. Here comes MVP. Gyrating and cavorting. Dancing. TJ says, does Jamal Hill get too much hate, the right amount or not enough? In certain cases, too much. In certain cases, but maybe the right amount. Casey says, does the main event give you Jones Bader vibes? No. I mean, again, who the fuck knows what's going to happen? But am I getting those vibes? No, I'm not. Breastfed. Just happy to be here with you. Yeah, thanks, brother. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Danny says, Elliott's video on X with what seems to be a hooker in a hotel. You can hear her handling a bottle of pills. Him bouncing around makes me wonder. I don't know who the fuck we're talking about. Oh, Tim Elliott? Oh, who cares? Oh, you mean was he on drugs? I don't know. Let's see what the commission comes back with. Michael says, "Yo, how'd you lose to BC on Long Island Luke's prop quiz game? I thought you were smart." Yeah, I mean the questions that were about things that were about the world, I ran the table on. But you know, you have enough questions about straw weights and power couples, and I'm gonna struggle. Did you even watch? Like, look at the questions I answered. Ocelot says, Luke, what was more iconic? The shoe some dude threw at Bush or the sandwich some dude threw at the Fed in DC? Got to be the sandwich. There's already people protesting in the streets carrying baguettes. I'm not even doing a bit. That's a real thing I saw. Look at that big ass scar on MVP's stomach. All right, does the throat slash, does the whole cobra thing. All right, let's go. Let's move this along, y'all. There's Jared Cannonier. Definitely not looking psychotic as shit. You hear DC? Imagine walking down the street and running into Jared Cannonier. Yeah, KO's in 3 different divisions. His power carries, brother. Although he came obviously from the heavy side down. Damn, dude, this guy is in his 40s and he is chiseled. It's insane how good of a shape he's in. It's insane. Dude, look at his delts, man. Cap delts. Oh, they're saying Connor was the other one who got KO in 3 different weight classes. Yeah, fair enough. Whatever. Still impressive as hell. Jesus, to look like that. Is he even in the weight room? Like, he just has like those genetics where you just don't have to. I mean, I'm not saying. I'm sure he trains his ass off, but is he out there like hardcore lifting weights? You know. All right, there he is surveying. Let's go, y'all. It's taking a little while. 42 in March. Insane. Is Japanese MMA cooked? No. When's the last time I sport? Probably 2018, 2019, maybe something like that. Long time. Alex says, "What's up, LT? Enjoying this on vacation at a lake house in northern Michigan, and the house in a nearby transformer got hit by lightning. Oh no, we lost internet and power. Power just came back on using our phones to stream. Well, thank you for being here, my friend. Good luck getting everything restored." JP says, "DMV guy and GOAT internet guy, PFT commentator, front row." Yes. Yeah, the Barstool guys, that's how you get the Dana interview. You got to ask him nice questions. Tony says, "What do you think MVP could have accomplished in the UFC had he joined in the physical prime?" About what he accomplished in Bellator. I mean, if you're getting the scoring was bad, but if you're getting out wrestled by Logan Storley, then you know what would have happened in the UFC. But he's a fun entrant, you know. Better delts, Cannonier or Houston Alexander? Cannonier. Am I giving into the fear mongering by being nervous about domestic traveling as a green card holder, or should I just live life? You are not fear mongering. You should talk to an attorney before you ever get on a flight. As I'm being dead serious. It is irresponsible to not talk to an attorney. Michael says, Jessica Andrade also has KOs in 3 different weight classes, but no one brings it up because women. Yeah. It also was strong as shit in that weight, and even at 135. All right, here we go. Mark Goddard is your referee. Fuck yeah, I'm in agreement with DC, dude. Cannonier is jacked. Here we go. MVP starting with a little bit of aggression early. Oh, he's got quite a jab. Okay, so MVP leaning his head out, baiting Cannonier, right? You always have to pay attention. Where is MVP's head? Is it in his center line? Is it forward? Right? And what is he doing? So in this case, he's bouncing, which means and he's bladed. So this is probably from the stance he might begin to do some blitzing. He has to turn to do the blitz a little bit, but he'll do it from that. Oh, nice to the body. All right, Cannonier on a single. Now to a double. Double underhooks here from Cannonier. Excuse me, from MVP. Okay, so MVP can stop the takedown. Can he reverse position? Let's see if he can turn Cannonier. Because I'm going to guess Cannonier is going to be stronger. Yep, let's go. He actually had his hands together and let it go. Oh, Sasai from MVP. This is 2 fights in a row where one guy had kind of like, and I realize that both guys have been doing it for a long time. MVP basically his whole career, but like using antics, unorthodox. Oh, right hand drops Cannonier. I don't know how much of it was a slip, but he definitely landed. Yeah, both guys kind of talk. I mean, it's what I mean. The first 2 fights, you get one guy kind of doing weird antics, And again, I know it's not unusual for them, but relative to what you commonly see in MMA, this is unusual. Nice jab from MVP. So you would have to imagine you knew it was going to be a rough start for Cannonier, right? But the question is if he can maintain and does he have enough time to turn the page? No pun intended. But it's a 3-round contest, not a 5. Good timing on the takedown from Cannonier getting underneath the punch. However, MVP has the underhook. Cannonier's going to try and step around. If you're going to step behind their leg, they're going to move their leg out. So if they do that, you have to have a series of attacks ready. Habib was famous for this. He would step around, they'd pull their leg out, and then he'd attack the far side leg often, not always, but often. He'd run them over it like an ankle pick. Like he was ready for your reactions. A lot of guys, like Cannonier steps around, MVP pulls the leg out, he doesn't do anything, Some of these are hard knees from Cannonier. Cannonier, good balance from MVP. Staying up like that. Good job by Cannonier, nearly through the whizzer bar. That was interesting. I got to say, MVP's balance and takedown defense has gotten a lot better. All right, let's see if MVP can score something here. He's going to jump. All right. I mean, clearly that's his round, right? Clearly that's his round. Yeah, they want him to go to the body first and hook upstairs. Good advice. Let's take a look at this. So he goes to inside leg kick. Boom. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice shot, but he also partly slipped. Like you can see him catch himself a little bit there. All right, here we go. Round 2. Two shots in every can. Here we go. Round 2. Oh, great counter from MVP. He's talking to him again. Okay, pay attention to head position. What's he doing? He's baiting him. See that? Oh, good defense at the last second there from Cannonier. MVP doing a little bit of matador work here. Oh shit. What a blitz. He goes side to side and then does a blitz linear. Oh, what a fucking, and it was a 1-2-3, I believe. Yeah, Cannonier can't fight him on these terms. Good shot to the body from him. Oh man, home run uppercut almost scores for MVP. This is where Robert Whitaker would have like a good game plan. Whitaker will shoot a single just to run you to the fence and then do something from the fence. He might score some, clinch work. He might try to then finish the takedown or whatever. He might just try to keep you up against the fence to do something else, but he won't just stand there in open space with you. Oh my God, dude. He's like fucking using his shoulder to turn him. They clinch 50-50 along the fence. So you see how how Cannonier had his knee up the middle. You can do that high enough, and you can actually lift him. I've seen it done where they don't like get super high, but if they like took their hands off, they wouldn't fall. You know what I mean? Nice inside trip from Cannonier. Well done. Well done. Let's see what he can do. MVP. Oh, MVP gets right back up. That was a nice inside trip, but you gotta crash with him. There's a space for that inside. There is the underhook. Yep, you could see it. There was a space for it. They separate. MVP takes center. Huge uppercut misses from MVP. That right hand nearly got through for Cannonier, but he's back on a single up against the fence. Not very close to it. You know, this is a 5-round fight. Maybe I'd feel different. But a 3-round fight just seems like he's trying to do that inside trip again. Cannonier just not able to launch any sustained or meaningful offense in, frankly, any dimension. MVP has just enough takedown defense to, oof. Yeah, I mean, another MVP round. Another MVP round. I cannot understand a word his corner is saying. Oh, that right hand was so sick. Left doesn't quite go through. Yeah. All right, here we go. Round 3. Saturday, October 4th, Ankalaev versus Pereira 2. All right, here we go. Round number 3. Oh. Uppercut blitz. You see MVP doing. You can see he's trying to pull Cannonier in, yeah? Bring him. To himself. Oh, great right hand from MVP. Oh, he slips. Oh, he goes for like a Superman punch and slips. So now Cannonier's on top with the crossface. Half guard. I mean, he's got to do something here. This is an opportunity for Cannonier, but he's got to be useful here. Right now, he's got both knees on the mat and he's got chest to chest. I say this every time. There is no meaningful offense from here. Now, of course, you can create some chest to chest separation. You can put one foot up. You can put a knee down, and one. You can like one knee and one foot. You could change sides. But if both knees are down and you're chest to chest, there's no meaningful offense from there. It doesn't exist. All right, so now he's going to press through the instep. He might get rolled here. Oh, mount. Cannonier, nice mount. Crisp. So he's got to avoid big punches here. Let's see. Tries to sit, give the back, keep rolling. Don't just stop. Keep rolling. He goes, he's going to recapture half guard. Yeah. Someone's bleeding. Someone's bleeding a little bit. I can't quite tell. If you're MVP, dude, you got to keep shrimping to recapture full, or give it when he sits up, get an underhook and go. Like, is he just going to give the round away? I mean, maybe he'll just give the round away, I guess. Cannonier's got good, solid passing here. Yep, he's gonna push that instep down again. He might give up the head and arm triangle here if he's not being. Oh, that's not smart. There we go. He's got the underhook. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't. These fucking guys. They just keep. They sit up. They'll get one underhook and then they'll kind of get to a position. You have to keep go. Here we go. Kimura threat. Where is he? Is he in half? Is he inside? You can get it from half guard, especially on a tall person, because you can just wind it around the top of their head a little bit easier. But if you're MVP, yeah, dude, he's getting munished here. This is good. Head and arm triangle possibility. Yeah, this is serious. Better drive that elbow to the floor. There it is. He does it. Jared's going to capture it. He's got an I was going to say the grip. You have an underhand or overhand grip. So clearly Jared is better on the ground. He just couldn't take the fight there from standing until MVP slipped. It's fortuitous for him in that sense. Octopus guard if he can. Well, no, because the bottom arm was pinned. Ooh, these are heavy shots from Cannonier. MVP, look, MVP is flat on his back. Terrible. Never want to be here. Now he can isolate the arm. Got to be real careful with that. You got to hold on to your own glove. You cannot grab someone else's glove, but you can hold on to yours. That's what I would do. I would grab my own glove and then just hold it. Who was telling me that they did that? Merab does that. Merab, when he gets his hands together, he'll feed it inside to his own glove. It's totally legal. Can't grab your glove, but I can grab my own glove, no problem. All right, so this should be 29-28 MVP. I guess we'll see. Oh, heavy ground and pound. There we go. Great performance in, or I should say great rally from Cannonier, but he got kind of lucky there with that third round. Should be an MVP win. Oh. Right, so everyone's got this 29-28 for MVP. Rounds 1, round 2, and then he can't do anything on round 3. I mean, MVP is limited, right? Like, on the ground, he's eminently controllable. He has a hard time, I think, having sustained offense on anybody good. But he's a fun kind of difference maker to a degree in this division. Like, he's definitely a fun entrant. And adding some longevity to his career by simply going up in weight where other divisions are not as good, It's just the reality. We are awaiting the decision now. And there's the locker room of Khamzat Chimaev. As Vinny Paz would say, big guns, big beards, bunch of Chewbaccas. And I say that as a compliment in that locker room. All right. Here's the official decision. Let's see what we get. Scores are all three 29-28. MVP. MVP is your winner. 29-28 across the board. It's the right scores. He won rounds 1 and 2, and then obviously gave up round 3. He's going to talk to Joe Rogan, I'm guessing. All right, lots of hugging. All right, here we go. All right, Joe's talking to him here. He says Cannonier's really strong on top. All right, it's an honor to fight in Chicago. He's asking what division do you want to go to? There it is. Michael Venom Page. MVP, there he is. All right, before we go any further, let's do this. Let me take this off. Boys and girls, we have something to announce here. Guess what, Diggity Donks? Your boy has partnered with DraftKings for this UFC 319 live stream. Yes, indeed. This is not an exaggeration. Even though my face looks pained, I'm actually having a great time. Tonight's UFC middleweight title fight, as you guys know, it's my most anticipated fight for the UFC in 2025. DDP fighting Khamzat Chimaev. Of course, I looked at the DraftKings app just before I came on here. They have the champion DDP as the underdog. DDP right now plus 140, while the challenger minus 195. They also had it at minus 400 that Khamzat wins by finish. DDP plus 275. You can pick the rounds, how many strikes are landed, and of course, dozens of other prop bets on tonight's big UFC event. So don't miss out on all the UFC 319 action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code LukeLive. That's all one word, Luke Live, LukeLive. For new customers, Luke Live to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in New York. Call 8778-HOPENY, HOPE-NY, or text HOPENY, HOPE-NY, 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-7897-777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. There we have it, boys and girls. So that's what I need from you right there. All right. Very good. Welcome to DraftKings here on the show. All right. They're previewing UFC 320. Talking about the first fight, control time, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. That drove everybody nuts from Ankalaev. Let's get to some of this stuff in the super chat, see what you got. TJ says, is Cannonier's power finally starting to fail him? I don't think his power is failing him. I just think he had a hard time landing an accurate shot. You know, he still looks, I mean, I know he looks physically the part, but I'm saying I don't think he's physically unable to deliver a powerful shot. I just think he's having a hard time. He had a really hard time finding it in that particular way. Alexa says, can you go over MVP's defense stats and damage taken? Yes, we will in the post-fight show. In the post-fight show, we'll take a look at all of that. It'll be a fun time. But yes, happy to. Michael says, MVP about to be top 15 on 170 and 185. Nutty shit. I didn't have high expectations when he came over from Bellator, not because he wasn't good in Bellator, but because he was kind of old. You know, what was he, 38, 39, something like that? Like he's kind of getting up there. How old is MVP? How old is MVP? Before I just talk a bunch of bullshit, how old is he, Michael Venom? Page. How old is he? He is 38. He's 38. So I know he's been in the UFC for a little while. I was like, I don't know how much he's really going to have left, especially if you've got a style predicated on explosivity, movement, reflexes, you know. But he's made it work for himself. It's been fun to see. Here's this card: Ankalaev Pereira, Merab and Corey Sandhagen. I love that fight. Yuri and Khalil Roundtree. I love that fight. Rakic and Azamat Murzakanov. It's a sleeper. And then Abus Magomedov and then Joe Pyfer, which is heavy hitters on that card. I'll say that. Some heavy hitters. Bob Black, welcome to the party. Gifting memberships out like a mensch. Bob says, hey, LT, finally a member, donated membership too. Thank you so much. As an ex-wrestler, wanted to share, Pico used to box to calm himself down before match. Little known fact. Whatever works, brother. Whatever works. All right, here's that Walker Zhang card. Johnny Walker versus Zhang Miang. Brian Ortega, Aljamain Sterling. That's a sick fight. Sergey Pavlovich, Waldo Cortez Acosta. That's about what we're going to get at heavyweight these days. Sumaderji and Kevin Borjas. And I couldn't read the last one. All right, so we're already in the third fight of the card, man. Jeff Neal and Carlos Prates. You know, I won't say that I understand Portuguese well, but I will say that I understand it a lot better having gone to Portugal. Now, I realize that the Brazilians have their own way of pronouncing it, but it makes a lot more sense when you hear the Portuguese. Well, at least it helped for me to hear the Portuguese say it. So, like, between how you pronounce a T like a CH and an S like an SH, and they don't do that for everything, but like I think if it ends in an S, you have to do that. So it'd be Prates. And it would be like one of the guys who's famous. Like, people don't know this. Portugal had a devastating earthquake in 1755, I believe. And it not only was a massive earthquake that, you know, by itself caused damage, then there was a tsunami. And then also through a series of, you know, problems that happened as a consequence, there was actually a big fire as well. So like they got hit in every way. It destroyed, you know, or killed tens of thousands of people. Anyway, the guy who rebuilt the city was Marques de Pombal. And there's a big statue of him in the middle of Lisbon. It's cool to see. Anyway, when I was learning all of these historical figures, if their names ended with the letter S, it was always like an SH sound. And I know some folks are like, oh, why would the Brazilians pronounce the T like a CH? But we do it too, actually. Not all the time, but we do it too. Fortune. Right? Fortune. Like no one said, I mean, you might hear the Brits might say fortune, but we don't. We say fortune. So it's actually, and it's not just the only word that we do that with. Like, there's other ones as well. So, you know, kind of a funny little story about language, should you care. All right. Prates coming off of a loss where it was close, but he didn't get the job done enough. He's seemingly cool as shit, loves to smoke. Jeff Neal, limited as a boxer, but powerful as a boxer, and certainly experienced as one as well. I feel like Prates should win. Prates. But we'll see. He's obviously an interesting figure in the Fighting Nerds team, but I don't think he's their best guy, right? There's Jeff Neal getting a highlight package. That's fun to see. Toughest waiter you'll ever have. I don't know if he's still doing waiting tables, but that motherfucker's tough as shit. I forgot he pieced up Mike Perry. Did y'all see Mike Perry's going to fight Jeremy Stevens in bare knuckle? That's a tough fight for Jeremy Stevens, man. Mike Perry's a big dude. That's a tough fight. Was that walk-off KO? Was that Frank Camacho? Yeah. I trained with Frank Camacho years and years ago. Like, he was fresh out of Guam at the time. Nice dude. Real nice dude. Thunderous power from day one, you know. This fight went under the radar because obviously the main and the co-main, the main and the co-main, but they're just better fights too. But this one feels like it has potential. I don't know if fight on the night vibes. It might be tough given what happens in the main, but a perfectly suitable, like, if there wasn't for the main event, I would spotlight this one as potentially earning fight of the night. You know what I mean? All right, here comes Carlos Prates. With he's got a mouthpiece that has a fake gold tooth in it, and he's got a pornographer's mustache. I will say, if you're going to get face tattoos and scalp tattoos, doing it around, like, in the way in which the face flows, so like on the sideburn line and then over the ear like that, is one of the better ways to do it. It's got limited, like, facial intrusion, and it matches the contours of the face. Like, it's a better way to do it. The problem with this tattoo on the back is it's hard to read. Not the language at the top, but everything. And when they say hard to read, they don't mean just the lettering. They mean, like, what is it? You know, a lot of negative space you can see. One life. One, what does it say on his arm? One life, one chance. Oh, he's got an Adam's apple tattoo as well. Yeah, that's painful as shit. Thunderfoot says, top 5 states in U.S. with best talent in Muay Thai. California. For sure, California. Probably New York. I'm not sure after that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what the hotbeds besides, like, the coastal sides are for America's more premier elite Muay Thai. I know a lot of that's in California for sure. California has to be number one. After that, in New York, and I know New York has some spots as well. After that, I'm not sure. All right, here comes Prates. Yeah, you see how his tattoo on his back is so dark? It's kind of hard to see what's up. If you're really close, you can see, but it's a little tough. It looks like a cover-up. What does his tattoo say? Nightmare. It's a lot of writing. You know what I mean? He's got a lot of poetry going on there, huh? A lot of writing. I haven't done one of these broadcasts in a while. The timing between, like, fights is kind of killing me here a little bit. Pick up the pace, gents. All right, here comes Hands of Steel, Geoff Neal. A lot of fat Chicagoans there in the attendance. A lot of bratwurst and cheese sitting in those pre-diabetic stomachs. I kill Chicago, but I like it, actually. Chicago is one of my favorite American cities. Buddy is telling me his brother is in the front row ahead of Zach Brown. Let's see if I can see him. All right. Finally, Geoff Neal is in the prep point. They're going to put Vaseline on him. Joe's like, he needs to get back to, here, Joe's keys to victory, regain top form. That's not how keys to victory are supposed to work. Like, regaining top form is something you do if you win, if you actually follow other keys to victory. You know what I mean? It's like keys to victory, double up on the jab. That's a key to victory. Key to victory, don't rhythm step on, a kickboxing range, or it's specific advice. All right, here we go. Geoff Neal, 34. Carlos Prates, 31. The Brazilian with a 3-inch reach advantage. I'm going to say his name, by the way, 10 different ways, so please just forgive me. He's a minus 200 fave, Prates. How is media row empty? How is that? Look at the media row behind Prates. There's nobody there. Look at that. Look at how many empty seats there are at media row. It's a little bit nuts. I bet there's a bunch of media in the back. I'm not saying there's not a lot of media there, but my favorite was when they would decline people and they'd be like, yeah, we don't have any room. And this would be like at times where it'd be like, 20 open seats. It's like, I think you do. All right. Geoff Neal is 2-2 as a dog. UFC repping Chicago with 3 Fallout boys. Oh, are they from Chicago? Yeah. This is my favorite. Michael Jardine. Key to victory. Be better than you've been. Yeah. Key to victory. Win. I'm Brazilian. Prates, wrong for most of Brazil. It's more like Prates or Prates without enforcing the E too much as you usually do in Spanish. More pronounced, not the tes. Do not extend the E or the S. All right. I mean, they do in Portugal, but who the fuck knows in Brazil? All right, here we go. Round 1. Shit. Let me get it going. And I'll fast forward that a little bit if I can. I'll have to come back to it. Mine's a little bit behind. Sorry about that, guys. Two southpaws. I mean, Geoff Neal's not going to be hard to find, right? He's going to be in your face. Nice. Slipped the jab, came over the top. That was nice. Oh, spinning back kick to the body. Oh, caught kick, but they're both exchanging here. They're exchanging low kicks. Geoff is clearly faster than him. Yeah, they're right. Neal is also eating a shit ton of leg kicks, but he is quicker. More compact, too. Ooh. Neal doing a great job for the most part on the front foot with pressure. Another leg kick from Prates. Oh, big left hand misses from the Brazilian. Oh, they're both exchanging. Oh, good knee to the body from Prates. Body kick from Neal. Oh, Neal with some good combination work. And even after, Prates with a huge shot to the body. Boy, they're trading. Oh, and another hard knee to the body from Prates. Whew. Backed him up twice off the jab and then threw the spinning heel kick. Boy, everyone's doing the old RDR knee to the body on the pursuing opponent. I love the investment to the body, both the leg and the torso from Prates. He's got to be careful. Oh, neat. And then a left hand to the body, almost Superman style. Oh, he does it again. Big left hand from Prates. And another one. He might give up the takedown here. Let's see. No, he doesn't. Something I always mention, Habib was adamant you cannot keep them flat on the cage. You have to run them. You have to make them bounce. Now, obviously, Neal wasn't pursuing the takedown hardcore like that. Another left hand from Prates. Oh, and he makes Neal whiff. Hard leg kick. Good diversity here from Prates. Boy, he can see a lot of this coming. Good establishment of range. He's able to change up his weapons. Oh, that's it. Ball game. Ball game. Dunzo. Spinning. It looked like a spinning back elbow or a spinning back fist from Prates. I was just talking about the diversity of strikes, was I not? Was I not just talking about that? Incredible diversity of strikes. Let's see. Here's the replay. So he dips the shoulder, turns. Oh, elbow. Elbow. Yeah, he's cooked. Oh, he's immediately cut. Look, he's immediately bleeding. Look, he's immediately bleeding. Boom. He's bleeding before he hits the mat on his left side. Bah. Incredible. Walk off, spinning back elbow, KO. Yeah. Look, he uses the kind of the, oh my God, that's so nice. That's so freaking nice. Ninth spinning back elbow KO in UFC history. Ninth. All right, they're not even going to pull Geoff Neal up. Or maybe they will. Let's see. Nope. I got to say, he looked pretty good, didn't he? The diversity was nice. Takedown defense was on point. Here's Joe Rogan. Wow, first person to ever knock out Geoff Neal. It's incredible. Oh, he's talking to Dana. Yeah, he wants a 50K. Good for him. I hope he gets it. That was a nice win. I mean, he looks like he's in good shape. Leg kick was nice. That knee, that intercepting knee to the body. Oh, boom. Oh, he's saying he's going to get the fight October 11th in Rio that he wants. So he wants Leon Edwards. He wants Leon Edwards. Wow. Nice win. Real nice win. That was sick. Well done. I'd rather hear your commentary than the broadcast. Here we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. College fun. Thank you, Stefan. All right, boys, we're already at the co-main. It's 11:35. This is great. Damon John, the FUBU CEO. Joe Mazzulla, fuck the Celtics. There's Kamaru. He does a podcast with a man that says silly things. There's Bilal Muhammad. Who's he pointing at? Smashing Machine, Ryan Bader. Boz Rutan, Mark Coleman. That's sick. There you go. Ryan Bader, former Bellator champion Ryan Bader. All right, let's talk about this co-main, if we can, for just a second. I have some thoughts on this. I said it on MK, and I'm going to repeat it here. I have seen an enormous amount of enthusiasm for Aaron Pico, and I want to be clear. I'm not here to dampen it. In fact, I share most of it. I am also very excited about him. I met him for the first time when we were actually both, he and I checked into the hotel at the same time in New York City when we were checking in for Bellator NYC. He was actually in front of me. He's unmistakable because his cauliflower ears are fucking enormous, obviously. But, you know, the hype was so big on him. It still is, but the hype was big on him at that time. He is a very, very nice guy. A very, very nice guy. Let me just say this. He has not fought. This was true when he was going to fight Movsar, and it's true now with Lerone. He has not fought, that's Aaron Pico, anybody even remotely as good as Lerone Murphy. So I see a lot of people who are really high on Pico, and I want to be clear. I've done this too, where like the point I'm trying to make is if you're believing that Pico can win this fight, you're believing it based on something that you think he can do. You are not basing it on anything he actually has done. And that's okay. I've done that too. You know, Conor McGregor, can he beat Jose Aldo? He's never beaten anyone that good. Then he ices him in 13 seconds. You know what I mean? So it's not a thing that they can't do. But I want to be clear. If your reasoning for picking Pico is like, well, look what he did to these guys in Bellator, that's not nothing. He beat quality opposition there, and so some of those guys were not quality. He was just getting his legs back under him after that terrible start to his career. But but other guys he fought, and the Jeremy Kennedy fight was fucked up because his shoulder was messed up. Like, the whole thing doesn't really count. But Pedro Carvalho and even the rematch against Henry Corrales, those are quality fighters, but they're just not even close to the level of Lerone Murphy. It's just not. He has not fought anyone this good, much less beaten anyone this good. Not Leandro Ego, not any of those guys. So I am curious to see how this one goes. I hear a lot about what he can do in the wrestling that I think I've followed his career. I think a lot of that is true, but there were holes in his wrestling, in particular in the Adam Borch fight. I want to see to what extent he has shorn some of that up. I definitely think he's the better power puncher. But Lerone is a stick and move guy, and you can take him down. But like I said, Josh Emmett got him down 4 times and still lost a wide unanimous decision fight. You know what I mean? So this to me is an interesting one. The next 2 fights are just absolutely phenomenal, but like in particular, I said this before, these are fights that help us answer, who are you? Who are you? Are you actually elite? And if so, how elite? And what can you actually do? We don't really know the answer to a lot of these questions, at least on the Pico side, and even to an extent on the Murphy side too. Meanwhile, you were bitching about the pace. Unless they hit us with filler for 25 minutes. Yeah, I guess we'll see. Right now, they're not exactly moving shit along. All right, here we go. All right, they're doing the Pico. They're doing the Pico reel now. California Ryan says, had a rough night. Happy to be here watching the live. Thank you. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Danny on the gas. UFC signs a new deal and they start confirming fights during the post-fight interviews. Coincidence? No, he's just saying that. Like they always do shit like this. Not exactly making fights on the fly, but like, granting wishes. That's just something that Dana has always kind of done. He does it less nowadays, but he used to do it all the time. T. John, thank you, my friend. Bob says, congrats on the DraftKings sponsorship. Well deserved, and damn, your commentary is better than the main crew and more insightful. Keep it going. It's very nice of you. I'm just doing my best here. Thoughts on the recent boxing event? We talked about this in the live chat, the Japanese event where 2 guys fucking died. 2 guys fucking died in Japan on the same card, and they didn't fight each other. Dude, Japanese boxing is having a real rough moment. A real rough moment. That is, tough. Barone says, commentary sucks so much lately. No, it's not lately. It's not. This, let me mention something. This is something I don't bring up that much because first of all, a lot of people have very different feelings about what they want out of commentary, that there's not a lot of unanimity. Or I should say, often there's not unanimity about what the actual problem is. And also, like, if I get on there and I say I don't like the commentary, people will be like, they'll find anything to say negative about me, like, oh, what, you can do better. And no, I want to be clear, as somebody who does MMA commentary at a lower level, I don't imagine that I actually can do it better. In fact, to the extent that I've tried it, I realize it's actually very, very difficult. It's hard to see everything happen right in front of you like that. And I don't know what kind of replay that they have for their monitors at UFC, but MMA is a tape watching sport because you have to go over it several times to really get all the nuances. It's a tape watching sport. It's not, you can enjoy it at an entertainment spectacle live, but if you're actually tasked with understanding it, it's a replay sport. It's a replay sport. It's a full on replay sport because it's like the amount of density about what's happening is tough. Anyway, I bring us all up to say, I don't think MMA commentary is very good. There's just not many people who I think are very good at it. And in part, it's because it's so hard. I don't know how many people could even be good at it. It's just a really, again, as somebody who does it at a lower level, it is tough. I do not imagine that I am better at it. I do not imagine that. But at the same time, I'm not going to get on here and say I think MMA commentary and even guys in the UFC guys who had decorated careers. Are they good, commentators and analysts? Sometimes. A lot of times it feels like I don't learn much listening to them. Your mileage may vary. And again, if I make it a big point, like you're like, because here's what you had written. You had written commentary sucks so much lately. Brother, it is not lately. This has been happening I feel like this has been this way for years at this point. It's there are certain guys who I feel like who can do a good job. I think in the right circumstance, with the right team, I like Paul Felder. In the right circumstance with the right team, I like Dominic Cruz. Ditto for Laura Sanko. And honestly, if DC is focused on and in particular talking about wrestling, then I think he's good. But there's a lot of permutations where you don't get a lot of the best out of these guys or ladies, and it just is a big problem. But in defense of them and in defense of the situation, dude, MMA commentary, I'm telling you, I've tried it. It's hard. It's hard to be good, and I don't think I'm very good. I'm better than I once was, but I don't think that I'm good. 437 co-main in the UK is a godsend. Yeah. Oh, you poor bastards out there. Theo says, from the Greek, go-to Taco Bell order. I don't know if I have one anymore. I would definitely order. I'll tell you what it used to be. It used to be the grilled stuff with ground beef and then a double-decker. That's the two-piece hitter that I used to go to. Now I'll probably get like a soft taco and like a Crunch Wrap Supreme, something like that. Neal says, Lerone Murphy by decision, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. College fund contribution. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you, brother. Afghan Commander says, what do you think about Khamzat weighing in at 183? I'm not going to say red flag. I'm going to say we have to see how that shows up against a physical tank in DDP. It's one of those things where it's like, what does it mean, actually? Does it mean that he's undersized? Does it mean he fucked his cut up? What does it mean? We have to see. Chewbacca versus Black Adam. Dude, fuck Black Adam. I'm riding with Chewbacca all day. Shouts to the planet of what's the Wookiee planet? Kashyyyk. T. John. Overall, how do you judge the difficulty of the jump from Bellator to UFC compared to fighters coming from Strikeforce or WEC to UFC? Pretty commensurate, to be perfectly honest with you. It's just there was a huge amount that came over from Strikeforce, and they were already they got the championship. The Strikeforce one was higher because the Strikeforce one was higher, and WEC was a lot of. You got to remember WEC initially had a bunch of weight classes, and then they kind of pared it down where it was like 205 and below. That's how Brian Stan ended up fighting for a title in WEC. But then they just made it 155 and down before they brought it over to UFC. But UFC had 155, but they didn't have 45, 35, or 25. So a lot of those guys were just new, right? So it's kind of hard to say like what that would have matched up against UFC. But if you match 155 to 155, dude, look what those guys did. Look what Pettis did. Look what Henderson did. Look what Cerrone did to an extent. Look what Jamie Varner did. Those guys were real, real good. I don't think Bellator is quite on the level of that, in part because the UFC's monopoly was much more entrenched by the time Bellator was really making the rounds. But I think they have very competitive guys. But I'm just trying to be clear about this. Like, Lerone Murphy is not my favorite fighter. I don't love his style, but he is a tough fucking guy to beat. And I'm not saying I think Pico, even if he loses, is going to get his ass kicked or something. But I'm just saying, like, who has Pico beaten that can do what Lerone Murphy does? Dog, nobody. All right, but they're both in the cage. So we'll see how this goes. Needle it. Cuchito, Luke. Saludos. Desde Tokyo. Thank you for the stream. Cuchito. I don't know how much I like that. Pierre, thank you, my friend. Charcoal, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you being here. Sitting down to piss is underrated. In the dark. In the dark, that's true. Theo being very generous. Thoughts on Anthony Bourdain? Much respect to both of you. I fucking love Anthony Bourdain. It is tragic what happened to him, obviously, but understanding how to learn about other people through food and community is one of the nicest pleasures of life. All right, here we go. Aaron Pico, 28. Lerone Murphy, 34. Now listen, Pico could go here and blow his brains out. That's one thing that could happen. Pico could wrestle him through 3 rounds. That's also something that could happen. I'll say this. If Pico loses, and I'm not saying that he will, but if he loses, I would not write him off. 28 against an opponent like this, plenty of time for him to get better, actually. So that's what I'm kind of, this is why to me it's like, oh, everyone like, let's get in front of Volkanovski. Listen, if he goes in there and beats Murphy right now, sure. We got to see. We got to see what happens here. But it's not fatal if he loses. It's not fatal if he loses. I'm telling you. It's the same one. I hope he didn't get charged double for this. Joe Rogan looks for your analysis on live podcast. He did recently. He's done that before. Yeah, that happens. That happens time to time. You watch Andor yet? Guys, do you think I have time to watch television shows? I have a Substack and 2 YouTube channels and a 2-time-a-week podcast and a child, and I'm trying to take care of my health and be a husband. Fuck no, I don't watch television shows. I literally this is true. I took my girl to gymnastics last night. I get home, she goes to bed, and I rented Superman, and I watched the first 20 minutes, and I woke up during the credits. So it aired over my eyeballs, or my eyelids, I should say, while I slept on the couch, but I did not actually see it. Appreciate the stream, Luke. I'm not a bar person since I don't drink. Your stream is something I always look forward to. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate you, brother. That's very nice of you. All right. Here we go. Round 1. Pico Murphy. Let's go. Pico pressuring hard right away. Oh, big power already from Pico. Big, good, hard body shot, too. That was nice. Damn, Pico looks like he's in insane shape. There's some influencer back there being awful. All right. Pico with an underhook. Lerone Murphy with a tight whizzer on it. There's no real level change from here, nor could there be with something gripped that tight on the single arm. Pico right on top of him. Starting hot. Leg kick from Pico. Big, hard body shots. Oh! And he eats an elbow for it. Ninja choke from Lerone Murphy. Dude. All right, Pico's out. All right, Pico's on top. Now, Pico has devastating ground and pound. Let's see here. Let's see what he can do. Murphy's going to have to get up here. All right, Murphy gets his hips to the fence. Murphy has 2-on-1 on Pico, which is preventing him from really capturing any grips. But he can't get his weight underneath him. Here it is. Now he's going to do it. 2-on-1. That's what Leon Edwards did to Kamaru. He's got to separate here. Here you go. Lerone Murphy starting to put a little bit in front of Pico there to get out of the way. But he's getting backed up way too easily. Another takedown attempt from Pico. He gets the takedown. Does he capture a wrist? Nope. This is a big problem for Pico's takedowns. So you'll notice he's going to keep him here. He's got one hand around the waist. He never really controls one of the things that's limiting about Pico's control is he doesn't control the collar, which enables guys to sit up. And if they can sit up, that's not the end of the world, but it's certainly a lesser form of control. Murphy's back up and they separate. How many takedowns is that by now? 3? Spinning back kick from Lerone Murphy. Now he's in southpaw. Oh, huge knee from Lerone Murphy. Pico is overly, in my opinion, he's overly aggressive pursuing this. He's winning the round, yes, but he's pursuing it really hard. They separate again. This is better. Pico, I like the strategy, though, of you got to be careful closing the range, but kind of crowding him once you're along the fence line. Oh, nice hard body shot from Pico. That's his best punch, man. Murphy with the jab. Oh, Pico's out cold. Told you. Warned you. Pico's out cold. Spinning back elbow. Warned you. Warned you. He was pursuing too hard, and Lerone Murphy is not like these other fucking guys. Told you. God damn it. God damn it. I told you. Dog, he never fought anybody like this. He never fought anybody like this. You have to pursue these things with care. Oh, that's a bad loss for Pico, man. Because he got put out, It's a bad loss. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world, but that's a bad one. Kind of warned y'all. God damn it. Look at this. Pursuing. Can't do that. Can't do that. There we go. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Not so much the KO, but yeah. Oh, he ate that one clean. Yeah. Yeah, I was worried about that. Dog, and he was pursuing a little too hard for me. I think he felt like if I just touch him enough, he'll drop. And he was landing some hard body shots. Pico's left hook to the body is tremendous. But got to be careful, man. Got to be careful. What's the time? 3:21, round one. Wow. He took that fight on 3 weeks' notice. Dude. This was a huge jump up, dude. This was a huge jump up. And also, Pico hadn't fought in like 18 months. I mean, maybe not quite that much, but well over a year. Pico hadn't fought in well over a year. And I was like, I said it on an MK. I was like, I don't know. I know everyone's kind of high on him. I love the guy. I love the kid. He's a great guy, but like, he wants Volkanovski. Murphy wants Volkanovski. It's a tough fight for Volk. I would favor Volk to win, but front kick. Bah! Oh, crushed him. Look, and you could see, do you see the UFC executives go like this? They were fucking like, oh no. Oh, god damn. Oh, god damn. That is tough. That is tough. Yeah, he said in every interview, I'm going to use his aggression against him. That is exactly what he did. there's an art to pacing, there's an art to distance, there's an art to pressure, and Murphy is not he's not a Bellator main carder, bro. That's not who he is. He's just not. All right, let's get to some of these questions here because I know y'all are going to have to. And again, by the way, we're going to get to all of this on the post-fight show. Was Mark Kerr that high profile during his heyday? Yes. Well, for a short time, but yes. I'm surprised by the biopic, but that may be betraying my ignorance. They basically just remade the documentary. Really, what you should do is see the documentary. Velaslav says, Luke, the commentary is not for you. It's meant for casuals and newbies. However, I do agree that Joe and DC are tough to listen to at times. Okay, fair enough. Dominic, I'd say that's fatal. Yeah. No, it's not fatal, but it's a bad one because he went out. The fact that he went out and he's already had problems getting, lit up is not great. That's one of the worst ways that could have gone. Barone says Pico was never my friend. Well, I like the kid, but that was not I didn't love the game plan. I mean, I liked once he had him up against the fence, I liked the peppering, but the closing of it, that was the part that was an issue for me. I think that Pico loss is pretty devastating. Yes, it is. It is. Murphy versus Volk for sure, right? That's everything you could have asked for. Well, if Jayon Silva lights up Diego Lopez, I don't know about that. We'll see. Dalton says, could tell right away Pico needed to calm down. Aggressive to the point of reckless is not new for Pico. Yeah. Another belt going home to North England. Bro, nobody gives a fuck. Kyle Bahalio changing sunglasses. There he is. Not Ode Osborne, but Anthony Hernandez. The first knee was a warning of what was to come. Yes, it was. You're right. The intercepting knee was so hard. 2 bad UFC debuts so far. Patchy Mixon, Aaron Pico, and 3. Pitbull. Now, Pitbull had a better performance against Ige, but he lost that one too. Real tough signings. Frudley. 2 spinning back elbow KOs on the same card. The MMA gods are generous tonight. Great point. Avant. There's the reason people just don't pressure Lerone. Yeah. Fuck, man. I didn't mind. I say this all the time. I don't care who wins and loses as long as it's the right guy, right? Like the judges didn't fuck it up. There wasn't a foul. Like the person that deserved to win won. And Lerone Murphy was the person who deserved to win tonight, like clearly. But I would have preferred if Pico was going to lose, it was not going to be via devastating KO because that is quite bad. Cody says, Pico was fighting exactly like he did the last time I saw him fight in 2018 and getting KO'd twice in a row. He must be dumb as fuck. I think he was he's not dumb. I think he was nervous. Are elbows underutilized in MMA? Yes. Yes, they are. The problem is getting, because it's of the distance required and because MMA people stand a little bit MMA fighters relative to boxers stand a little bit further apart, becomes an issue. But yes, I absolutely elbows are underutilized. Absolutely. Absolutely. Guys, it's midnight and we're at the main event. How many ads are they going to make us watch? You know what I'm saying? How many? I bet this movie will be good, but I don't understand the point of the movie when you can just see the documentary, which is gritty and raw and amazing as hell, Card of the year. It's been an amazing night so far. Yeah, it's been pretty good. I have to admit, it's been pretty goddamn good. Wow, MVP has said backstage he's 100% down to go to Brazil and fight Carlos Prates at welterweight in a couple of months. That would be amazing. Boys and girls, the time has come. Dricus du Plessis, Khamzat Chimaev. Who y'all taking? Who are you taking? Who's picking DDP? Who's picking Chimaev and why? I would love to hear why. And of course, don't forget, as soon as this is over, we're going to go into the post-fight show. So you don't have to change streams. We're going to reset, and then we're going to do the post-fight shows. So we're going to watch this card, and then we're going to do the post-fight show. Do you think Drickus pulling off a sub is extremely unlikely? I wouldn't put it at the top of the list of ways it could go, but I make this point all the time. Years ago, there was a very famous Canadian MMA fighter. He fought in UFC. His name was Mark Bocek, and Mark Bocek was a very, very good grappler out of Canada, and he fought a guy by the name of Mac Danzig. Mac Danzig was a black belt, but in pure jiu-jitsu terms was not nearly as good as Mark Bocek. But one thing led to another. Bocek got him down but couldn't finish him, then gets tired, then gets beaten up, and then Mark Bocek gets submitted by Mac Danzig. Now, in pure jiu-jitsu, what happened would probably be impossible to imagine, but in MMA, crazy shit like that can happen. So I would not rule it out by any, especially late, you know. But, you know, can I count on that? I don't know if I can count on that. Spinning elbow KO in the main event to lose our shit. I might lose my shit. Rather Casual says, DDP style reminds you of Dom Cruz. Unconventional. No, it does not remind me of Dom Cruz. It is unconventional, but like Keith Jardine was unconventional, and they don't look alike, you know. Chimaev, this person, all right, Dragging Along thinks, Chimaev, better wrestling, better striking. I don't know about the better striking part. At least down the stretch, right? TW says, DDP by falling over backwards KO. That's hilarious. All right, I'm getting ringside or cage side updates here. This person writes, Luke, love your content and all you do for us donks. Can't wait to hear what you BBC and the Long Island Bong Addict have to say on Monday. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Theo says, favorite Greek food. You know, I'm not a Greek food expert. It is obviously Mediterranean. Brother, if it's made the right way, your boy will eat some gyro. You know what I mean? Just another dude says, after watching Khamzat throwing Daniel Cormier around the hotel foyer, I'm calling this Khamzat's fight to lose. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. KC says, got DDP, Chimmy, only fought blown up welterweights. Also not an unfair claim. Well, it's somewhat unfair, but not totally unfair. Abe Lincoln Beard by domination. That's, I don't think, a crazy point. Swifty says, DDP wins by unanimous decision, but I think it won't be close. Wow. Okay. How about this one, Matt? All Chimaev fighters in middleweight had asterisks. Yep. It's to a degree. There's something to be said for that. I think we'll get even more ads now with Paramount. That's a great question because the amount of money fucking Paramount paid for UFC seems like it's above market rate. They're going to want to make their money back. I guess we're going to see. Hope the PLEs are all on CBS and get over by 11. Wouldn't that be it? No, but dude, okay. So this is the part that I want to know. Will they change their timing of their events now that you're not on pay-per-view? And of course, they'll have like the afternoon events in Abu Dhabi or Europe or something like that. But I mean like pay-per-view or numbered events, I should say. Will those all be? And here's another thing to consider. Numbered events used to have to be on pay-per-view, which meant they kind of tended to have to be in North America. But if you don't require pay-per-view anymore, how much do you require North America? Like you can just put it anywhere. Chloe says, this gummy got me feeling weird. I think it's her boyfriend who uses this account. It's a sign for DDP. All right, here comes the walkouts. Dude, look at that. Fucking the eyes of the wolf on the Jumbotron. There he is. It's funny. The crowd all night has been chanting USA, USA, but they love Khamzat the most. Favorite Colombian food? Sobre barriga. Sobre barriga. The logo-centric super sticker. What's up? Thank you, my friend. Thunderfoot. Connor Diaz 3 if they fought tomorrow. I don't know. Diaz. I don't know. Diaz? I don't know. That's a tough one. Here he is. Ready to go. New fighter unlocked. Okay. We're doing skits and bits now. Michael says, you can almost asterisk everyone's resume. Don't nitpick. Yes, but it's not unfair to ask questions about championship fighters and their limits as a consequence. That's the difference. Theo says, what energy drink is keeping you up? I had an energy drink. I had the Gorilla Mind white gummy bear during my lifting session today. It was awesome. Kevin says, Khamzat within first or it's all DDP after. What do you think? I'm not so much watching the first. The only thing I'm watching in the first is whether DDP survives. After that, I'm waiting to see what happens after the third. That's what I'm watching. But if DDP doesn't survive, then, that's it. Is Aaron Pico a 145 Chandler too harsh? He's got more skill than that, but he needs to show it. Liam says, what happens if Prime Silva fought DDP? DDP might get him down, Prime Silva. I feel like Prime Silva would light him up, but DDP, yeah, I feel like Prime Silva would light him up, but then would there be the takedowns? The thing you have to ask yourself. KS says, the Danzig versus Bocek example sounds similar to Fluffy subbing Rodolfo Vieira. Same thing. Same exact thing. In pure jiu-jitsu, Rodolfo Vieira would abuse Anthony Hernandez. But in MMA, look, the whole thing is different. That's exactly the same comparison. Breastfed. Most of these custom shorts suck. I didn't. So I liked Pantoja's. I liked Max's. There's a couple other ones that I liked, but I didn't love Chimaev's with the wolves on him. It looked like a fucking one of those airbrush T-shirts you get at the county fair. I was like, I don't know about that. Raphael says Chimaev era begins today and probably ends today too. Yeah, maybe. Alex, Paramount paying 1.1 definitely felt a bit desperate. They are falling behind some of the bigger streaming platforms like Netflix and Prime or Disney. Yes, that is desperate in the eye of the beholder, but they definitely need to make up more in the subscriber end. All right, there's Chimaev looking big as shit. They're going to bring all the lights down. Here we go. I'm loving this time. Is this like the South African national anthem or something? There he is. Calm as a bomb. So last time he was, well, not last time, but relatively recently, I don't know if you guys saw this. He walked out with some South African rugby players who play for the Springboks, which is like the national team. And he walked out with this dude whose name is like, what's his name? Etzebeth? Like Herbert Etzebeth, something like that, who's like 6'9". I'm not even doing a bit. Like an NBA player, but built like a fucking rugby player and is a rugby player, but like, just has the size of an NBA player. I was so gobsmacked by his size because he dwarfed DDP. It somehow made its way to South African rugby IG, and people used my commentary to make IG reels of that dude, Etzebeth. And like people would send it to me, and there must have been like, I lost track of how many of them that I got sent because I was just like, who the fuck is that guy? DDP looking calm, man. Giving hugs and kisses to somebody there. There's the Barstool guys. There's somebody with the worst haircut since Ibiza Final Boss. He's got a big old pimple on his chest. I'm not saying it's Staph. I'm just saying I see it. There's his brother. Nick says, I love what you had to say about DC. Thanks for being a North Star in MMA. Yeah, thanks, man. Just so fucking stupid what's happening here. Gran says, is cyclist coach Cal's secret for Khamzat EPO? Maybe. Who knows? Gray Bush, welcome, my friend. BJ, god damn, I'm excited. And Neal says, DDP's walkout song is PTSD music to New Zealand rugby fans. Yeah, I bet it is. Joey says, does UFC match known Bellator commodities, especially hard? Yes. Yes, they do. But so what? You know? Nidalet says, DDP stand here. UFC on the White House lawn being, in a way, paid by Paramount Plus pushed ads seems a weird twist on irony this year. Dije cucho por sabio. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. All right, they're both in there. DDP looks like he knows something we don't. We shall see how true that is. They're both 30. Wow, they're both 31. Wow. Khamzat's career has been a little bit uneven. 220 dog for Dricus du Plessis. 220 dog. We'll see. Once again, folks, I don't know if I'm sleeping on DDP or if I'm sleeping on Khamzat. I have no idea who I'm sleeping on, but we're about to find out. Hot take. Derek Lewis defeats Tom round 2 via hot balls. All right. Very good. Here's Bruce Buffer. Damn, Khamzat looking at DDP like he's fucking food. All right. Khamzat's going to get him down round 1, right? He's going to get the back. We went over the tape study. Kamaru went butt to heels, hands on the mat, but high shoulders, tucked chin to avoid being subbed. Let's see if Khamzat can do something, or excuse me, let's see if DDP has something up his sleeve. Because he tries these explosive get-ups, which are going to be a problem against this dude. You see the Khamzat, I think, just kind of told the cameraman to fuck off. Do you see that? Now, everybody on their feet. Look at that arena. Everybody on their feet. Can you imagine having to look across the cage at that? Oh my God, bro. Can you imagine that, having to look across the cage at that fucking maniac? Oh, I have such good. Oh my God. Oh my God. I have such a good feeling about what this could be. Please, God. Chimaev being cheered. It is his crowd. I'm guessing the fact that there's a fair amount of Russian population in Chicago helps. In the tape study that we saw, Khamzat does not shoot from southpaw. He might start out southpaw. He might go to southpaw, but then he'll switch orthodox before he explodes into a shot. Something to pay attention to here. He will stance switch quite a bit, but there's Dricus. He's loving the booze, man. It's so funny. It's like, well, I don't know. I'm going to leave that alone because I don't know. I don't know what. I honestly do not know what the fuck is about to happen. I really don't. I really don't, man. Here he comes. Oh! They bump chests in the middle. Holy shit, y'all. Holy shit, y'all. All right, here we go. Round one. I don't know how many of these we're going to get. They touch gloves. Mark Goddard, your referee. Holy fuck. Incredible stare down. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Round one. Dricus du Plessis, Khamzat Chimaev. Here we go. He did it. He shot from southpaw, I believe. Dricus is trying to come up on top. Yeah, he's not going to be able to. All right, he's already down within 15 seconds. Yeah, Khamzat can finish. Yeah, okay, there we go. So Dricus tends to use explosive leg, heels to the floor, sit up torso kind of get-ups. These require a lot of energy and they create a lot of motion, and it's a big problem. But if I'm Dricus, I'm just hanging out. Mounted crucifix. Here we go. This is bad. Mounted crucifix for oh, this is bad. Mounted crucifix, and he looks a little stuck. Now he's hiding his head. There's that buck and roll. That's what I was telling you about. Feet to the sky, but it's hard to do that on good fighters. These are not big punches. Bro, you got to go into it. Yeah, exactly. You got to go chase it and go into it. Du Plessis doing a good job of hiding the head like this. You see how he's bucking once? You need to do that 2 or 3 times to really get out, not once. See what I mean? Tape study. If I'm Khamzat, I might move to mount a little bit here. All right, so he's out of the mounted crucifix. He nearly got threatened with a head and arm triangle, but Khamzat still on top and side control. He goes knee on belly. He's bait. So you watch, look at the overhook. You can see Dricus is going to use the fence here. Let's see how he does it. I don't mind this part from Dricus, just hanging out here, just staying safe, letting him use energy, not doing a whole lot. Make it a long fight. So if you have to hold it, and again, you can hold your own gloves. I think this is a wise strategy. If I'm Dricus, you're gonna give him the round. Give him the round. Give him the round. He in the Usman fight, he was radically different in the second round versus the first. He's trying to take Mount off the knee on belly. Oh, he's pulling on the cage. Can't do that. Yeah, very blatant fence grab by Mark Goddard. He'd be right to take a point if he wanted to. Khamzat smothering top pressure, but that's affecting his ground and pound. This is better. Knee to the body. Reaching across the back like that. Yes, you can grab your own glove. That's smart from DDP. I believe it or not. That is, I fully endorse that. So going chest to chest like that, right? You need space to open up. 40 seconds left. If I'm Khamzat, you've won the round. Put a little pace on him. Ghost escape. All right, Khamzat takes the back. Let's see if he learns anything here. Tries to go into him. Get on your beat. Yes, he turns him. DDP's up. He has to sprawl. He's going to turn the corner and go right back down. He's got the head. You're going to have to release the head. You might be in trouble if you don't. But we got 10 seconds left. He's probably fine. Yeah. Nice elbow. Nice elbow. So easy round one for Khamzat. But DDP survives. Easy round one for Khamzat. Easy round one. If I'm his coach, you have to do more to stop the takedown up front. So like sitting for a guillotine because you think it's open is not smart, right? I can't hear his corner. Are they talking to him in Afrikaans? Okay, first round down. Let's see if Khamzat has learned anything about resource management. Here we go, round two. There we go, round two. You got to stuff it. You got to stuff it. You got to get stuff it. Ay, ay, ay. All right. We're back here. Chimaev on top. He's got the back of Duplessis. Duplessis has one leg up, sitting against the fence. When I say has the back, I mean he's on his back. He does not have the back fully captured. He has some back exposure. His coach not giving him a lot of advice. Khamzat, Matt returns him. Now he's away from the fence, and now he's going to take the back, it looks like, or he's going to put a hook in. You could see DDP tries to sit his hips forward and shoulders back to push in and turn. That's what you're supposed to do on takedown defense. Jose Aldo was very good at it. But it doesn't create escape. There's Rahm Emanuel. That is Ari Emanuel's brother. He is the former chief of staff for Obama and former ambassador to Japan. Also, he fucking sucks. Neither here nor there. There's Khamzat trying to put a wedge behind the elbow. All right. I mean, DDP's got to do, I mean, he's trying to preserve his energy, but he's got to do more than this. These are some good peppering shots here from Chimaev. It's not torrential ground and pound, but it's steady, and some of the knees to the ribs are nice. This is not a strong showing from Duplessis. I mean, again, if he's playing a real long game, that's cool. Here we go. Got to be careful. Got to be careful. Almost got a choke there, but Duplessis got out of it. Duplessis doing a little bit of the Kamaru Usman bit, butt to heels, hands on the mat, high shoulders. He's got one foot up. This is very, very tiresome on your lower back if you're a DDP. DDP doing a good job fighting the hands. I will say that. so far. You could see Chimaev trying to pull him off the fence so he can get both hooks in. I mean, this is not my favorite way of fighting. I got to be honest. Chimaev's doing a good job, but it's not okay. Now you have okay for a brief moment. Duplessis gets to his feet. Chimaev hooks his hip and then rotates him over, but they're still in this kind of a same scenario. Here comes that hook that he's been looking for. I would say for the most part, Duplessis is doing a pretty good job of denying it to him. But he's just not letting Duplessis build height. This position, butt to heel, was what Kamaru Usman did in the first round of their fight. Dricus looks like he's just punting on the round. I mean, it looks to me like he's saying, I'm just going to survive and drain this guy and then hope to fight him when he's lesser than later. But you're making a big gamble on a dude who appears to, maybe have ironed out his cardio issues. All right. This round sucked. I mean, it was not a great round, right? I mean, it's a great round for Chimaev in the sense that he won it cleanly, but this is not a fun round. All right. And Chimaev is trying to get that hook in on the outside leg, but can't. All right, there's round two. There's round two. That round sucked, but it's all Chimaev so far. So what I said was in the preview to this, I was not so much looking for what happened after the first round, although yes, I was. Obviously, everybody was, but it's after the third. If this one goes past the third, because that to me is the real demarcation line. That is where I think, should it go that long, Duplessis should have a little bit of success. But right now, it doesn't look that way because he can't get shit going. But it's not like Khamzat's beating him up. Khamzat's got a tight waist and is returning him to the mat whenever he tries to stand, and then peppering knees up the body. But he's not like like fucking him up or anything. All right. Can he defend the takedown here? Let's do it. And there's DDP throwing kicks, which I don't advise. Oh my God, brother. Oh my God. Takes him right back down. Oh my God. Oh my God. Takes him right back down. I mean, we're right back where we started. We're right back where we started. Okay. DDP, you got to do a little something here extra. Okay. A little bit. And he faced him here. Now it's DDP's on his back and he's in side control. All right. But once again, the style of top control that Chimaev has is it is punishing in its positional accuracy, and it's great for pinning. It's a wonderful for pinning. But look, he's like this. There's no space to fucking By the way, DraftKings, our friends at DraftKings now has Khamzat as minus 800. Jesus. Look at his knees are all jacked up. You look at Khamzat's knees. Not that this is like anything super disqualifying. All right, he gets mounted crucifix again. Let's see. DDP is stuck underneath, but he's doing the same thing. He's trying to scoot underneath. So you look, if you notice, DDP is doing one big move and then stopping. You have to put 2 and 3. I'm telling you, you have to put 3, 4, 5 sometimes together. Like if you just can't stop. And that usually, breaks it free a little. This is slightly better ground and pound. Matt Hughes used to have elbows from here, from mounted crucifix, and they were heavy. He's got to keep doing this. He's got to keep doing this. Better, good. See these elbows. What did I just tell you about Matt Hughes having elbows from this position? Like that. That is heavy. These are better. That, like that. What did I just say? Dude, Chimaev is beating the fuck out of this dude. Well, sort of. I mean, he's not letting DDP do anything. What are DDP's offensive stats in this fight? Has he landed a punch? I'm serious. Has he landed a punch? Sit up, get it free. There you go. All right, he got out of mounted crucifix. And now he's going to get mounted. And now he's pushing off with the arm, which means he's going to get arm barred if he's not careful. There's the choke. Let's see if he gets it. He's not hand fighting. Oh, Chimaev is close. Chimaev is so close. Honestly, has Dricus landed a single fucking strike in this fight? All right. 3 rounds down of Chimaev doing, like banging the bongos. Dricus all smiles. Okay. So now we've got 3 rounds. Dricus probably has to get a stoppage to win or at least a 10-8 in one of these. But if there's going to be a comeback, it probably has to start now. You know what I mean? Oops. There we go. Dude, he just can't down block at all. And so Khamzat just reconsolidates the position along the fence line, and then, there it is. Yeah, and one of the ways you get out of mounted crucifix is you have to walk all the way over and then peel their legs apart if you can. All right, here we go. Round 4. RDR. All right, round 4. Jab to the body, Dricus, for fuck's sake. Sprawl, get away. Get away, Dricus. Oh, no. Oh, God. He can't scramble. He is too flat-footed. He cannot scramble for shit. He cannot scramble. He's way too flat-footed. Seven takedowns. Previous best was 4 for Chimaev. I mean, he's had his way. Honestly, this makes me feel good about, like, not so much RDR's chances, but like Fluffy Hernandez. This is a system that would go well. I think he could do well under somebody who can scramble a little bit. Dude, Dricus cannot scramble. He cannot effectively move his feet. He's attacking the lock, but he's not doing it the right way. And of course, oh my God, Dricus. Oh my God, Dricus. What is happening here, buddy? I mean, who knows what this fight would be like if Dricus could stop a shot for at least, like, a couple of minutes and they had to duke it out for a couple of minutes. But like, we're just back in the same thing. Gable grip around the waist or underneath the armpits, knee to the body over and over again. Partly you can make an argument that this is somewhat stalling, and then he just mat returns him again. He's trying to get a choke. And he's trying to spin over, and he just spins right back. Dude, he does not know how to get out. Like, he does not. He doesn't know how to get out of mounted crucifix. Let me see something here. All right, DDP is flat on his back. See what did I say about him using his feet to then help him sit up? It just happens all the time. I got to be honest, this fight sucks. Dude, look at the control time. 446, 447, 440, 322. Mark Goddard separates them. Good. I agree. Of course, Rogan says he doesn't like it. You're fucking wrong, Joe. Dude, he can't. Dricus can't wrestle. Period. He can't chain together shit. This fight's over. I mean, Dricus might come back and land something in the 5th, but in all likelihood, this fight's over. This fight's over. I mean, he can't get enough oxygen on the feet to do anything. Well, attempted rear naked choke. Now Dricus is starting to get frustrated. Yeah, dude, you haven't done shit. What were y'all working on in camp, brother? He can't scramble. He can't get his hips underneath him. He can't down block. He can't down block and circle. Like, the way in which you move your feet and your hips all together like a wrestler would. He just doesn't have any of that. And it's not working. Like, he has nothing. He can't do anything. All right, round 5. Here we go. Oh, Drickus, throwing stuff. They're striking it out a little bit. Yeah. Turns out if you can strike with Khamzat on the feet, he's beatable. But if you can't wrestle for shit, oh my God, dude. Body lock takes him backwards over the empty plane. Dude, this fucking sucks. This sucks. Crowd's booing. Honestly, they both deserve boos a little bit. All right, and now we're back to mounted crucifix. Oh, great. Chimaev's landing a little bit, All right, he's trying to do Americana. Why would you do an Americana? All right, so now, dude, Drickus looks like he's just out of ideas. Dude, it's the 5th round. Fucking do something. I don't know what to say. I mean, this is mostly Drickus's fault. I want to be very clear about this. Largely Drickus's fault. Not exclusively, but largely. Mm. Well, at least this will be over before 1 a.m., for folks who are watching, here's Drickus on top. All right, let's see what Drickus can do. He's going to sit for the guillotine. That's not going to work. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Like, beat him up a little bit, and then, yeah, whatever. I mean, who cares? Even on full guard, look at Chimaev. It's chest to chest. He only ever does chest to chest. Anybody who fights him, you have to learn how to get out of that. You have to learn how to create separation and space from here. Mark Goddard's going to stand him up. Good, I agree. If you're chest to chest, there's no offense, or very little anyway. Both knees down, both cheeks. Come on, Drickus. Do something. They're standing up. Dude, Khamzat on the feet is beatable. Hard right hand from Drickus lands. Khamzat on the feet is very beatable. But it's the wrestling. Okay, failed shot from Chimaev. Let's see if he can reconsolidate the position. He cannot yet. Drickus gets on top. Drickus is in mount. Drickus is in mount. Oh my God. No. Drickus has to choke. No. Dude, Drickus, do something, brother. You got 10 seconds left. Yeah. All right. So Khamzat Chimaev is your new champion. Bro, I have so much to say on the post-fight show. I have so much to say about that performance. I have so much to say about that. I have so much to say about that. I have so much to say about that. There's a lot of good you can say about Chimaev. There obviously. There's a lot of bad you can say about that too. And that's really bad in the part of Drickus. Like really, really, really bad. Let me put this up to make sure y'all don't go nowhere. Here. We're going to do the post-fight show right after this is over, all right? We're going to wait for these scores. We're going to wait to hear what he has to say. "30 seconds, DC." So, talking about Chimaev got the takedown. 30 seconds. 15 seconds. I did not like that fight. And I did not like, I hated Drickus's performance. And I think there's obviously a lot about Chimaev's performance that was great. There's a lot of it that leaves to be desired. But was it enough to become the champion? Clearly. All right, here comes the scorecards. Should be what, 50 whatever. Here we go. $50-44. Ramzan Kadyrov is somewhere dancing a jig. All right, let's see what he says to Joe. All right, here's Joe. He says Drickus is strong, was hard to finish. He's speaking Russian, I'm guessing. He shouts out the Akhmat team, which is Kadyrov's team. Gives a lot of praise to DDP. Let's see what DDP has to say. Again, more Russian. All right, here comes DDP. Yeah, same old nonsense. I'll be back stronger than ever. Yeah. We will not lose this fight lying down. You just did. All right. Is that it? Okay. All right. Let's do this. It's time to do. All right. Let's do this. Let me take this off the screen. And let me take this off the screen. And let's do this. It is time for the UFC 309 post-fight show. Results, analysis, and your questions answered. If you've got something you want to put into the super chat to get the question answered during the Q&A period, we can do that. So time to do that is now. Without further ado, let's get this party started, shall we? Okay, let me get a tweet up to tell the donks that we're live on this show, and then we'll get going here. All right. Something. Here we go. So let's talk about it. My UFC 319 post-fight show starts now. Well, that was something. Join me. All right. Okay. Let's kill this part of the screen because it's too big and it's distracting. There we are. I'm going to pull up the stats. They're not going to be fully updated yet, but Jesus, what stats could Dricus du Plessis even have in this fight? Dude, his stats are going to be all-time bad in this one. They're going to be all-time fucking bad. I mean, oh my God. I just looked at them. Oh my fucking. That can't be real. That can't be finished. I'm going to come back to this. By the way, all three were 50-44. I'm not sure exactly. I guess round one, they were going to give him the 10-8. I'm not sure. Obviously couldn't be round 5. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that performance for just a little bit. All right. So if you just joined us, let me pull up the results here as well. Actually, you know what? I got one thing I got to do as well. Give me 1 second. You know what? I'll do it in here in just a minute. First of all, as you guys know, I'll put this up a little bit later and when we do the Q&A, but the post-fight show and all live programming on this channel is brought to you by Toiletries LT15 for 15% off, and their grooming stuff is the one that really is the biggest difference maker. And in fact, What did I do with it? Oh, they fucking moved it. I had it here. It doesn't matter. I'll have one for you on Thursday's live chat. The best grooming stuff that you can buy for guys right now. I'm not going to say anywhere in the world, but certainly for dollar value. And I'm going to give you some of it off. Toiletries for back scrubbers, for face trimmers, for ball hair trimmer. Boys, LT15 or 15% off. Okay. We'll come back to that a little bit later. Whoops, let me take that off. All right, let's talk about that fight. Let's talk about that main event. I don't even want to read you what the UFC stats say because sometimes it takes them a fight metric a little bit to fully update it. So we'll come back to it. But it's so fucking bad that I almost can't believe what I'm looking at. Okay. Let's talk about it. UFC 319 took place at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. In your main event, Khamzat Chimaev defeats Dricus du Plessis 50-44, 50-44, 50-44. Dricus truly was basically never in this fight. In round 5, he got a reversal. In round 5, he had mount for a little bit. He sat for a couple of chokes that went nowhere, but otherwise did absolutely nothing over the course of 25 minutes. This was terrible for Dricus du Plessis, and it's terrible not just because he lost, and then he lost decisively. It's the way in which he lost decisively, which is that he has trouble even with first order takedown defense. And second order, it seems like a distant impossibility. We'll come back to Dricus in just a second because they're really, well, I don't know if I should stick with him. Yeah, you know what? Because he was the champion going in, I'm going to start with him. I know Khamzat's your winner. Maybe I'll go back and forth, but I guess I want to start with Dricus a little bit because he was the champion and because he could do nothing else. Guys, Dricus du Plessis obviously was not, his success is not in any way an accident. I know it was many of us, me included, did not see it coming, but then there was so much accumulated over time that you begin to say, well, there's clearly something to this. But Khamzat was not like other guys he had fought. He was not Izzy. He was not Strickland. He wasn't even really Derek Brunson. And I think you got a big wake-up call with that tonight. What really cost Dricus in this fight? Like specifically what cost him? First of all, he had a very, very, very hard time. Number one, like down blocking and then driving his hips low on a sprawl and then using it like you it's not just that you have to sprawl and then turn out. And he would just kind of not get his hips down far enough. And so that he could get collapsed into the fence. And once he got into the fence, he did not have, you can tell, he does not have like, and this makes sense. He didn't grow up this way, but he does not have scrambling wrestling instincts. He cannot go to it very, very quickly. He doesn't have the ability to move his hips and feet as he needs to create angles, to get away, to down block, to sprawl, whatever, all the various things to create, as I mentioned, with the footwork and everything else. Like he looks like he was just moving underwater relative to what Khamzat was doing. And that's partly because I think Khamzat moves more fluidly, but you heard what Dricus said to Joe Rogan in the post-fight interview, which was he knew where I was going to go before I went there. Right. But part of the reason he knew that is because the way that Khamzat will grapple, as many guys who are very good do, is they create for you a dilemma. You can go one way or the other, and they'll slow your ascent in either direction. And so, yes, of course, they know what you're going to do next because they've kind of created a situation where you have to pick from one of their choices. Right, you have to disrupt that. But like the problem that Dricus had was honestly his first order takedown defense was not very strong, and his second order takedown defense was non-existent. And one more time, I talked about this during the entire broadcast earlier on. We did a tape study on my Substack here. It was episode 6 of Fight Day, and what we looked at was Dricus putting his legs high in the air to kind of sit up and do these like big man explosive movements. Guys, I'm not saying that stuff doesn't work on good grapplers ever, but what I am going to tell you is it doesn't work on them very often. And it definitely doesn't work on them very consistently. And if that's all you really have to get up, you do not have a great way of getting up. Dricus is a physical tank, and he's especially good on top. I do think on top, his ground and pound, which we didn't get a chance to see, but his ground and pound on top is dynamite. With that, we also saw that in the tape study on my Substack. We also saw that there. But underneath, he could not get out of the mounted crucifix to save his life. He could hide underneath it. That's true. He could hide. He could hide in the armpit, or he could try and hike Khamzat up where he was almost underneath his ribs and belly. So he could hide from the worst of it, and that kept him alive. It went the distance, but he had no ability to mount any kind of attack. Remember the levels of attack: survive, defend, attack. We were doing survive and defend, mostly survive. Yeah. It's not surprising to me that Khamzat was more the superior grappler and superior wrestler. That is, of course, no surprise whatsoever. But, one of the challenges that JDM had prior to the Bilal fight was he had poor first order takedown defense, but good second order, right? So he would not be good about down blocking, but once you got him down, he would have a few tricks to get back to his feet pretty regularly, and then along the fence would be able to create separation and then restart the clock. Now, that's not the most efficient way, not restart the clock, but like restart his offense. And that's not the most efficient way to go about doing things, but you can do it that way, right? Well, what you saw in the Bilal fight was his first order takedowns defense got better. When Bilal shot, boom, the sprawl, put that thing to bed immediately. Water on top of a campfire, right out. Like, that fire just engulfed DDP tonight. Engulfed. Could not get a sprawl down, could not get a hip down, could not get a hip down and circle, could not get a hip down and high step out of any kind of ankle grab. Couldn't do anything. Now, yes, it is true, and we'll talk about this in a minute. Khamzat's shot, in terms of the technical precision of it, is not necessarily all that great. But what is good is that he can use it to wrap up with you and then move to the body lock, or then push you along the fence, and then he could reconsolidate the position there, right? From there, he's actually very, very good. And you saw a lot of that. But, dude, Dricus du Plessis got fucking audited today. There's just no other way to say it. Audited. When you spend that, dude, that looked like, I don't know how to explain this. I mean, Dricus du Plessis is a good grappler. Like, he's not a bad grappler, but he's a better offensive grappler. He, against a guy like Chimaev, is a weak defensive grappler. And even against guys like Brunson, he was a somewhat weak defensive grappler as well. But it was especially pronounced today. Now, it sounds like I'm beating up on him like Khamzat is not special. He's special. We'll talk about him in just a second. But I really have to start out by saying, I don't know how many times I've ever seen a person who was trying to make an argument that they were not far away from GOAT status and was an active UFC champion walk into a fight and get that handled. I mean, Jose Aldo lost in 13 seconds, and other fighters have lost in bad fashion. Nate Quarry got destroyed by Anderson Silva. This is all true. But for 25 minutes being made to show that you couldn't do much of anything on any part of the defensive chain between stopping the takedown, if you have one leg up, shoulder to the fence, one hook in, standing, breaking the hands, turning back in, restarting, down blocking, like in every part of that, there's nothing. Or very little anyway. Every part of that was really, really bad. And you might say, well, who else in the division can do that to him? I don't know if Fluffy Hernandez can do that to him, but I can say this. I like Fluffy Hernandez's chances against DDP a lot better than I did before. I can say that with great certainty, for sure. And I guess all the other matchups are I guess we'll see, are dependent. But I really hated this performance from DDP. I get that he was up against a guy who's got maybe the best top control and the best overall smothering positional grappling, certainly in that division, maybe in the UFC. But nevertheless, to look that incapable, I mean, on the feet with a few, like 20 seconds, he cracked Khamzat with a big shot. And it's like, man, Khamzat to me is very beatable on the feet. I'm not saying he sucks. He's good, but he's beatable on the feet. But of course, you have to be able to put the fight there in order to be able to do that. And there was just none of that. Like, there was absolutely zero of that being done. DDP did not have DDP has offensive jiu-jitsu and big man defensive jiu-jitsu, and that is not what you need against Khamzat. What you need against Khamzat is continuous scrambling. You have to have good down blocking and then immediate scrambling. Immediate scrambling. Like your hand is touching a fucking hot stove, like immediate. And he didn't have those instincts. He would take up like a seated position rather than try and scramble through. Like that is, dude, you're not up to the task if that's what your instincts are. And again, those are very common instincts for a lot of people, including good grapplers, but woefully insufficient against the kind of challenge he was up here against in Khamzat Chimaev. So it's like the frustrating part about that is I'm not saying the fight was utterly winnable. I think the difference in grappling tonight was so substantial. You know, I'm not saying I have no interest in a DDP rematch, but if you're 31 and his wrestling and grappling and top control is that much better, I don't know if you have enough years left in the game for that to ever change. Like you could send him to Dagestan for 2 years. He's not going to catch up with Khamzat. And that would just be living in the hills there, you know, training his ass off. It wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't, like that the gap is that significant. I don't think there's anything he could, again, because MMA is crazy and he might earn it. And I'm not saying he couldn't perform better, but you can't make up that level of grappling very quickly, if at all. The difference, I mean, like the gap between them, right? You can't make that up very easily. Like that's a huge amount. And the fact that he would get up and he would try and turn and he would get his arms trapped because he just didn't, he was not used to guys who had that firm technical control. And I don't know who they brought into the camp, but clearly they were not putting this dude in the position that they needed to be putting him in. And again, Khamzat is special. Again, we're talking about like how ridiculously good his game is. But if that's now the standard you have to match up to in order to win a UFC belt or recapture a UFC belt in this particular case, I don't know how you can look at what DDP turned in and think anything other than that's the last time he's going to touch gold. Unless someone takes it off Khamzat and that's a better matchup for him. But if he has to go back to the Khamzat line at some point, like that's, I don't know how you can look at that and think it's a fight he can win. Like what would give you the confidence? Like we are at a point where he couldn't get out of mounted crucifix. He couldn't get him off the back except to roll through, but then he would give up mount. He gave up mount several times as part of mounted crucifix. He couldn't get out of side control. Couldn't get out of side control for any amount of time. And once he got to the back, he was able to ride high under the armpits, Khamzat was, or around the waist. If he stood up, he would just mat return him. He could go to knee on belly. I mean, he could do from a positional grappling standpoint. There was literally nothing that Khamzat was denied. Nothing. There was no territory he could not conquer positionally. Now, after that's a different story, but positionally, there was nothing left for him to not. There was no stone left unturned. Dude, how do you come back from that? How do you come back from that? Your first order takedown defense can get better, but if he gets past that, he's just going to beat you on the second. Like that's just years of internalized rhythm from wrestling that you have to have. And like Dricus is great as a top grinder. He's not good, like a turtle, right? He's sort of very balanced in this position, but then you turn him over and they can't do a whole lot. That's kind of what I got from Dricus there. Not explosive big man stuff works on lesser middleweights. It doesn't work against guys like this. And we talked about it on this tape study over and over again. Legs to the sky, drive the ankles to the floor, and try and sit up. And you saw him do it a bunch of times, and it just didn't do shit. Man, you're like the skill set just totally inadequate. Totally inadequate. And I didn't know who I was sleeping on heading into this fight. And it was pretty clear that I wasn't exactly sleeping on Khamzat. Khamzat, we'll talk about him right now, but I wasn't exactly sleeping on him. I guess I overestimated, because DDP's offensive grappling is good, I overestimated what that might mean for his defensive grappling. And it turns out his defensive grappling it's real bad. It's real bad. I want to look at these numbers. Okay, yeah, the numbers are a little bit better now for DDP. Thank God. Jesus Christ. Dude, Chimaev got 12 takedowns on him. 12 takedowns. Let's talk about Khamzat Chimaev, shall we? Let's talk about him for a second. Now, I actually have something I'd like to criticize him about, but let's start with the good. First of all, had he not won tonight, he would have easily turned into one of the biggest what-if stories in MMA. He might have had a lot of pressure on his shoulders tonight. He didn't exactly show it, but he might have had some, because this was an existential bout. I mean, I said that going into this bout. The reason why this bout excited me beforehand, in the end, I don't think it really delivered as a bout. But the reason I liked it beforehand and I was so intrigued is because it was an existential bout. Who are you? When we really get to take a look, and you really get a look under the hood and you get to look at the numbers, who are you? And it turns out, for me, Khamzat Chimaev, as I indicated, probably has the best positional grappling, at least in terms of maintenance of the position, and to a degree building on it as well, but at a bare minimum maintenance, right? Positional attainment is one skill. Positional maintenance is an entirely separate skill, or at least a mostly separate skill. They're not necessarily related. And in many parts of them, they're not related at all. He's got a lot of both, but the maintenance side is extraordinary. And now that he is managing his cardio better, like in some ways, the DDP fight, I'm almost glad it happened the way that it did. Not that I'm glad it happened the way that it did, but like, this is kind of an instructive lesson, which is, look at how many things DDP could not solve for. If you have to fight Chimaev, you also have to be able to check that list. Can you solve for mounted crucifix? Can you solve for his body lock mat returns after you stand? Can you solve for those things? Because you're going to have an answer for all of them. Right? That in some ways, this fight now creates a blueprint. What are all the ways in which he's going to try and have positional control on top or from the back? And how is he going to weave them now that he's got this kind of game that's built on making his energy last for 25 minutes, which, again, he did quite well. Now you get a full look at the blueprint, and it is exhaustive. I don't mean exhaustive in the sense that it is tiring. Yes, it is tiring. I mean, it is exhaustive in the sense that it is complete. From side control to passing to the mount, which he's got good instep and knee cut passing, right? He's got good knee cut passing. From the knee cut passing to the mount itself, from mount to the back, from back to the outside hook, to the broomstick, to back to side, back to all the positions that get tied in between. You have to have an answer for all of that. His ability to keep those positions and to keep a dominant position through them through long stretches of the bout, he's the best guy in the UFC at that. He's the best guy in the UFC at that. When he's managing his resources, which again, he did very, very well tonight. He's the best at that. And that is clearly a very difficult and important skill to be able to pull off. You can win a fucking title doing that. And again, I'm not saying those are the only skills he's got, clearly, but those are definitely some big skills that he has. Like that part of it, from the shot itself not being super technical, but from consolidating the position along the fence line, top control, knee on belly, mounted crucifix, and all the different parts his ability to maintain position, his positional maintenance, it's maybe the best in the UFC. And so Dricus had a very tall order up against him tonight. He didn't have much to offer in any capacity, but at a bare minimum, we do agree that like the amount of positional control and the different ways in which that was expressed is vast when you have to fight a guy like Khamzat Chimaev. It is vast. And so he avoids this legacy of becoming a what if because a guy nearly retired and blah blah blah. Yeah, the whole thing with COVID or whatever the fuck that was, and couldn't get into the United States. So which by the way is the guy's shouting out warlord gyms in the fucking post-fight speech. I don't know how much you care, but that is exactly what he fucking did. In any case, but he finally gets to the United States. He finally gets a chance to fight for a title, and he shows that his positional grappling for the maintenance side is maybe the best in the UFC. But I have to say something, and I don't know if you all agree. Like, I'm looking at a bunch of tweets, and everyone is saying a bunch of nice things about the performance, and you should. He 50-44 Dricus. Like, who does that, right? But did I see somebody who can't be beaten? No. You cannot beat Khamzat at the positional control game over time. That is true. He's just going to be better than other people. Everybody. Like, no one is going to beat him at that portion of the game. Or be better than him at maintaining positional control in the way that he does. He's the best guy at that. However, on the feet, his stand-up has looked competent to even skillful, but not super threatening. And on the ground, he maintains chest pressure at all times. Now, that's a little bit different if he's hunting from the back, but to the extent it's chest to chest, he maintains chest pressure the entire time. The problem with that is very good and a necessary thing in a world full of scramblers in order to maintain that top control. It's an anchor that sits down. But just think about it logically. If you and I have to box, even standing up, but we have to maintain chest to chest, what kind of punches are we going to land? They're not going to be very effective. I can't do a whole lot. I can maybe, bash you in the side of the head like that, and that's not nothing. But you get the point. Like, to get a really good shot, I have to back up a little bit. And you can't do that if you're chest to chest. Part of the reason why he's got that great top control and the great positional maintenance in all the different ways is because of how tightly he keeps either chest to back or chest to chest. He's very, very good at that. But that does a couple of things. One is that it severely limits his ground and pound. The numbers I'm about to show you are not super impressive from Chimaev. He had a bunch of a total strikes, but he had hardly anything for significant strikes. Now, again, that you can have strikes that are not significant that can still be impactful, but they tend to be much more impactful when they are significant, which they're ones that there's a degree of range when they land, which is the definition of them. He does not have terrifying ground and pound. How can you if you're chest to chest? You can't. You cannot. It is not possible to have terrifying ground and pound and maintain chest to chest presence. I can maintain chest and then break it to land a shot and then go back and cover, which is what Volkanovski does. But if you just maintain it, there's no heavy ground and pound from there. And I think you saw a lot of evidence of that. I did not think it was he was busy and he was landing shots, but you saw in round 5, Goddard kind of got a little sick of it because there wasn't much to it. A bunch of knees to the thighs, some to the ribs from Khamzat. That was pretty good. Some of them the knees to the ribs, but in general, it wasn't super torrential ground and pound. And it's because mechanically it can't be. That's the issue. That's the problem. More to the point, he threatens with the choke. That's true. And you saw him kind of sit for that Darce at the last second in round, I don't know, 2 or 3, whatever it was. But because he's also so close on the back and or he's worried about these other variables about balance and whatnot, it's not like against the better guys, he's getting a whole lot close to this, or it's like a pretty consistent threat, Again, I don't think his choke from the back is bad. I think his choke from the back is good, but it's not lights out. And he doesn't set it. The reason, and part of the reason it's not lights out is because he's not setting it up very much with strikes because he's glued to him. So he's made a choice. He's made a choice about positional maintenance over the ability to have, against a guy like this anyway, meaningful offense, meaningful damaging offense, meaningful offense where you could, he was trying an Americana on Dricus. Like, dude, that's not going to fucking submit him. It's not, that's just not even going to get close. So I got to be honest. Did I see a guy in Chimaev again? If you don't have the wrestling chops, it's fucking curtains for you, bro. If you don't have the wrestling chops, it's curtains for you. RDR, I don't think has the wrestling chops. Now he can be crafty underneath, but I don't know. Fluffy to me is an interesting one. Kyle Bahalio's got some jiu-jitsu off of his back and got some other stuff. I know he's trained with some of these guys, but I don't know. I guess we'll see with Imavov. I don't know about him. I don't think he's got better takedown defense than I think DDP does. But even then I'm not sure. And I don't know. I don't know how that would go either. But I would certainly favor Chimaev to be able to get any of those guys down and be able to maintain position for long parts of the round. But are y'all not seeing what I'm seeing against some of the better guys? Like, I know he choked Robert over the jaw, but Robert had that whole messed up situation with like a pre-existing condition. He couldn't get very close with Kamaru, and he didn't get all that close here with Dricus either. He got attempted once. They gave him no. Let me refresh this, but Fight Metric is not crediting Chimaev with any sub attempts. Yeah, they don't credit him with any. That's actually a little surprising because he did go for some, but you see what I mean? It's like, it's not that I'm not impressed with the game. I am impressed with the game. I'm impressed with the game on the terms that it is impressive. Positional maintenance in the most oppressive of ways. It wasn't a super sharpened weapon tonight. He couldn't do much damage to DDP, and he never really got that close to a sub. The closest thing that was good were the elbows from mounted crucifix, and he couldn't get those super regularly either, although he got some peppering shots the whole way through. So to me, it's like, it's not that I think I see anyone in that middleweight division who can, beat him bar for bar or position for position. No, I don't think that. But do I think that there might be some guys who at least can stuff it long enough to create some problems for him on the feet and not be as incapable at returning to their feet as he was? Yeah, I do. I do think there's going to be some guys like that at 85. So it's not that I think he's unbeatable. I think my daughter just turned over here. No, I don't. I wish I could tell you I felt differently. Let me show you some of these numbers. See what you think about these. Let me take this off the screen. Let me show you these numbers. Check out these numbers. These numbers for Dricus are a horror show. They're a fucking horror show. Look at this. Hang on. Here we go. Look at this. Hang on. Whoops, right there. Let me blow this up so you can see it. There. Bro. 13. He landed 13 significant strikes in the entire fucking fight. And Chimaev only landed 37 significant strikes. Look at this. 529. 529 of 567 attempted. I've never seen something like that. Not a number that large in aggregate, and not that much of a difference between total strikes and then what landed significantly. That is insane. That is absolutely fucking insane. So much. Look how much volume. I'm not saying it doesn't count at this level, but like, look at this volume relative to this. And ask yourself, like, what that means in terms. This is the point. This is exactly the fucking point I am making about the ground and pound. It's consistently raining, but it's not hailing. It's not. There's not thunder and lightning associated with it. It's just drizzling all the time. Okay, I mean, that's not nothing. That's something, but that's like that's not unbeatable to me. That's not unbeatable to me. Let's go back to some of these numbers here. Go by round. Dude, fucking hell. Look at these numbers for Dricus. This is a horror show, bro. 0 significant strikes in round 1. 0 significant strikes in round 2. 1 in round 3. two in round 4, and then in round 5 he opened up a little bit. He gets 1 takedown himself. Look at this, 3 of 6, 254 control time for Chimaev's total control time. Look at this. It's a 25-minute bout, and he had basically 22 minutes of control time. That is insane. That is insane. That is an insane level of grappling dominance. 12 of 17 takedowns. He got 1 in the first round and kept it the whole time. He got 2, 3. He only started missing on takedowns in rounds 4 and 5. So there is a drop-off here. If you notice, there is a drop-off. This is the only time he whiffed on takedowns was a little bit late after round 3. I said my big hunch was not that there was going to be a big difference after round 1, although there could have been, of course, because you never know. But it was round 3 that I thought was going to be the demarcation line. A lot of times in 5-round fights, that tends to be the switching point, which is why you end up getting these somewhat controversial scores. Shogun Hu is the same way. John versus Gustafsson 1 is the same way. Everything begins to switch after the 3rd. And you do see a slight drop-off in the grappling, and then certainly in round 5, obviously DDP did a little bit better, but that was partly aided by the fact that there was 2 stand-ups in that round, right? Goddard separating them and telling them to get up. And I guess there was 1 in round 4. I don't even remember at this point, but there's definitely 2 in round 5. So that's part of the reason why the numbers look that way. It wasn't like Drickus did it to him. Golly, is there any point even looking at some of these fucking strikes numbers? A little bit from Chimaev. Let me see here. No, there ain't shit. Anything interesting? No, there's nothing. The striking is really not that interesting here at all. Here we go. I'll just show you this. Chimaev, 25 of 28 significant ground strikes, 12 of 19 from distance, 6 were to the leg, 3 were to the body, and then 28 to the head. But these are the only significant portions. There's just really nothing here, dude. This shit, it just tells the entire story of the fight right here. This is the line: 37 of 47 significant strikes relative to 567 that were attempted. So it's a lot of busy shots that didn't do much. However, he completely thrashed him in the wrestling, and he controlled him to such a degree that he nearly spent the entirety of the bout in either a top or a control position. That is the fucking story of this fight. That's the story. That's the story of the fight. It is that. I don't know who they're going to give him next. Is it going to be the winner of Imavov and Caio Borralho? I suppose it could be. Is it going to be RDR? I suppose it could be. I would actually like to see RDR versus DDP. That would be the world's most insane middleweight fight. I would kind of be curious to see how that goes. Honestly, if you want to see Khamzat in a competitive fight, and Khamzat, I would still favor him to win it. I think it's the Fluffy Hernandez fight. I think somebody who can wrestle a little bit or grapple underneath or find a way to get up. Again, who do you think is going to be best at that? Do you think it's going to be RDR? Do you think it's going to be Fluffy? Fluffy can push a pace later as well. Do you think it's going to be Imavov? Do you think it's going to be Caio? That's what you kind of have to answer for yourself. I don't think it's RDR. RDR is crafty underneath, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a chore. I'm not sure how that would go for him. But I have to tell you, I had such high hopes for this fight, and I was so excited. And if you're a Khamzat Chimaev fan, there's nothing to say except tonight was a great night for him. And he's a very talented guy. But DDP's defensive wrestling looked so bad that it's historically bad for a UFC title fight. That's just a fact. That's historically getting thrashed. I don't know if I've ever seen a guy get beat worse in the grappling in a UFC title fight. Who would it be? Whose grappling got shown up to be that poor relative to their opponent in any other UFC title fight ever? I don't know the answer to that. And in the case of Chimaev, he is a formidable challenge, but he's not unbeatable. He's not unbeatable on the feet and underneath. Again, like I'm sitting here praising his control and his top control, but if you're always going to maintain chest-to-chest pressure and you're never going to unload on strikes, then of course there's not going to be as much like A, two-way action, and B, that's not that thrilling or interesting to me, to be perfectly honest with you. Like it's cool that he's that good at it. Yes, I recognize that is special. But if he doesn't have the finishing skills for the elite guys, obviously, other guys he can finish, no problem. But for the elite guys, if he doesn't have the finishing skills for it, and all he has to do is, or all he can do is just maintain chest to chest pressure or chest to back pressure at all times, I don't think that is an unbeatable thing. I really don't. Like, someone's going to be able to stop a takedown and cause problems for him. Someone's going to be able to reverse it and cause problems. Someone's going to be able to have second order takedown defense and cause problems for him. Like, you need the ability in MMA at the highest level. You have to have the ability to damage the other guy. You have to have it. Now, of course, Dricus has that. They didn't have the defensive wrestling, so clearly, like, the defensive wrestling also has to be there. But there's some other guys that have, I think, a better blend of that relative to the needs of fighting Chimaev. You might see some of that. I guess we'll see. I'm going to be honest. Your mileage may vary. You guys might have liked that. I don't know. I heard the crowd booing a little bit. To me, that was a very lackluster showing for a title fight. It's not that we can't be impressed with certain elements of what Chimaev did, for sure. But I did not walk away with, like, that's the boogeyman feeling. I did not walk away with that feeling. I walked away with, he's going to be a tough guy to beat, but, he's a meaner St. Pierre at the end. And not even that. St. Pierre had better ground and pound. It's more, I don't know how to explain it. Like, this is not a super interesting way for me to see a fight go. My personal opinion. All right. Let's go down the card if we can here for a little bit. Lerone, dude, holy fucking shit. Oh my God. 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 Lerone Murphy defeats Aaron Pico at 321 of round number 1 via spinning back elbow. I tweeted about it earlier before the fight. I said it on MK before the fight. I said it on this broadcast before the fight, that I was very excited about the UFC debut of Aaron Pico. But as interesting of a talent as he is, given everything he did in amateur wrestling and whatnot, he looked to be in tremendous physical condition. That I was of the belief that I wasn't going to pick him to win until he beat a guy like Lerone Murphy, because what I had said was explicitly, I don't give a shit who you point to on the resume before tonight. Aaron Pico hasn't even been in the cage with someone that good. Let's look at his record here very quickly. I want you to just glance at who he has fought up to this point. Now, he's got amazing wrestling accolades. Look at this, boys and girls. Look at this shit. I'm going to blow it up for you so you can see. Please have a gander at this. Okay? Please have a gander at this. And now I got to put my fucking glasses back on. God damn it, look at this. Zach Freeman, I love him, not on the par. None of these people are on par. Leandro Higo is a good fighter, but not on par. Same with Henry Corrales and Adam Borch. These are very good fighters, but they're not on par. None of these donks are. The Daniel Carey's and the John DeJesus's and the Aiden Lee's. None of these donks are. Jeremy Kennedy is a good fighter, but Pico got injured very quickly, and there's nothing to say about it. James Gonzalez, not on the level. Pedro Carvalho, not even close to being on the level. And Henry Corrales, especially late stage Henry Corrales, not on the level. Dude, not one of these guys is even half as good. And I'm sorry to say that because some of these guys are good fighters, but none of them are like Lerone Murphy. None of them. This was a massive step up in talent. Massive step up in ability. Massive step up in the kind of challenge that, in particular, Lerone Murphy offers. A stick and move guy who, yes, could you take him down? Yes, but he's going to pop back up. He's got good cardio. He's got tremendous footwork. He's got great timing, as you see. And he's got a ton of different skills. Well-rounded as shit, and also battle-tested against much better guys than Pico had fought. And what I said out loud was, it's okay to be hyped about Pico, but you got to be realistic. He has not fought anybody like this. And sure enough, fuck. I like the guy a lot. I still think, there's hope for him. But we just keep having the same fucking conversations about Aaron Pico. It seems like year after year. I like him. He's good. He's got some work to do. I like him. He's good. He's got some work to do. And I don't say this with any glee because I really do like the kid. He's very talented. That is true. And he's very fun. That is true. But Jesus Christ, what the fuck was he thinking tonight? It was okay to pressure Lerone Murphy. And in fact, you have to pressure Lerone Murphy because he will stick and move you to death if you don't. So that had to be part of it. And Lerone Murphy even sat for a stupid ass, I think, guillotine and didn't get it and ended up on bottom position at least once. But Pico was trying to walk into range and hurry his attacks as a consequence. And if you're going to hurry your attack by just crossing into range without really setting it up, dude, a guy like Lerone Murphy is going to eat you alive. You cannot do that. Now, once you're in range, which he did, once he made contact, you saw him like pepper on the inside. And I love that stuff. And that left hook to the body was tremendous from Pico. That was great. No problems with that. That was awesome. But holy shit. He moves into range. And actually, I think they got him. I have to go back and look. It looked like they had timed him stepping off the center line and then having the elbow come in as he went off on that same side. So he ran like doubly into it. Dude, if you hurry into your pressure, a good fighter is going to eat you alive for it. And you better, well, what about Khamzat Chimaev? Okay. I mean, he's level changing and shooting. That's a little bit different. But if you're like, striking and you're kind of just walking into range and a guy can count on your pressure being there, dude, you cannot get away with that at this fucking level of the game. And the reason why this loss is so bad was if he lost a 30-27 thing to Lerone, I honestly don't think that would have been a big deal at all because he's just 28. 28, you lose your UFC debut, you lose it to a guy you were gonna fight Movsar Evloev, who's all wrestling. This guy is not really that at all. And you had to switch up, and he hadn't fought in like the Corrales fight was in February of 2024. Like it's been a while since he fought, It'd be forgivable. He'd be like, all right, you got a little bit of work to do, but okay, whatever. 28, got 2 years before you're really in the middle of your prime. This is a thing you could do. But dude, he got fucking smoked with that KO. Oh, that is bad. He hasn't gone out like that since either maybe the Corrales fight or the Boric fight. And that was what, 2019? At the peak of his misery? Dude. He looked to me like he was just a man possessed, and he's got that wrestler's mentality, but he's just still not. I mean, dude, how did Zach Freeman win that one? Is because he was just launching into attacks, and Freeman was able to sit on the guillotine choke in 24 fucking seconds. And here he is. This is not the same thing, but launching into these attacks a little too early, a little too quickly, and then ending up in these kinds of situations. And dude, he just aggressively crowded him, and Lerone Murphy made him fucking pay. And this time he went out bad. Dude, there's a real question about what happens to Aaron Pico from here. And I'm not declaring to you that there's no comeback path. I think that'd be a little bit silly. He'll get some wins in the UFC, and some of them might be real nice. But he has got to understand, dude, I don't. Can I be honest with you? I'm not declaring I know what happens next because I don't. But you at least have to entertain the possibility that Aaron Pico's championship hopes in UFC collapsed and maybe even died tonight. His hopes for being a champion. Because not only does that knockout further exacerbate some concerns about him being chinny already, now you've got, how much brain trauma goes into this and how much you're now exacerbating the chinny issues even further. And, yes, he's going to get a better opponent in terms of the level he's at next time. Like, he'll be recalibrated there. But I don't know if he can climb that ladder if you're this far along in your career and you're making a more advanced version of the same mistakes you were making before. That's all that was. That was a more advanced version. It wasn't the exact same mistakes, right? This one was a little bit better than that. This one took, he did a bunch of other good things. Well, he did a bunch of other things, to complement it. And it was a much tougher opponent, but it's that same kind of over impulse to offensively indulge blowing up in your face. And this time with much more disastrous consequences. And as one of you guys pointed out previously, quite correctly, Lerone Murphy landed that knee when he intercepted him. They were looking to intercept him, bro. They were looking. And apparently it landed more on his chest than his chin, which kind of saved him. But they were waiting for it. They were waiting for it. And that's why I think he spun to that side, as I mentioned, because Pico was doing this coming off that side. So they said, and they fucking went right into it. Dude, a devastating KO like that can be devastating for your chin. It can be devastating for your confidence. It can be devastating for your promotional standing. It can be absolutely devastating. It is absolutely possible that loss tonight ends his possibility of becoming a UFC champion. It's not hyperbole. I don't know if it's true. I'm introducing to you possibilities, but it's not hyperbole to at least consider that. It's not. It absolutely is not. That was a devastating loss. The guys from PFL have just had poor success, and Bellator. Pico had poor success. Pitbull, again, rescued himself a little bit against Ige. Patchy Mix looked terrible. I don't know what would happen to AJ McKee. Folks are asking there, what was Strikeforce and WEC like? Some of those guys struggled too, but in general, a lot of them did really well, and they certainly did really well over time. Benson Henderson wasn't the best guy right away at 55, but he eventually got really good. But they didn't start out like this. I mean, Eddie Alvarez had a tough UFC debut against Donald Cerrone, but this is worse than the other two. I mean, Patchy Mix looked bad for a long time. This was a short fight, and then Pico did some nice things before he looked bad, but in terms of the ending, this is the worst of the three. This is terrible. This was a really, really, really fucking bad loss. This is a bad loss. I hope that I'm wrong, and I hope that one of the worlds that I introduced was the one where he won't ever become a champion. I hope that that's not accurate, and that the more accurate one is that he will. But I have to tell you, I am not filled with confidence when you're overly eager after all the lessons that he had to painfully learn and you're just still committing them. Bro. He has to have a better system of negotiating distance. He has to. He has to. Lerone Murphy won't be the only guy that chews him up for this. There'll be other guys. Dude, a guy like Yair will chew you up for this. To say nothing of Volk or, Jayon Silva or any of those. Like, no. He has to figure this shit out now. Immediately. And he's 28. It's not impossible. But this was about as inauspicious a beginning for his UFC career as it could possibly get. Terrible. For Lerone Murphy, on the other hand, took this fight on short notice, was no one's promotional darling, and here he is using the promotional backing of Pico to steal all of his thunder, and he asking for a fight with Volk. And I have to tell you, I'd love to see that fight. I think he's a worthy adversary. I'd pick Volk to win, but I think he's a worthy adversary. And he needed a big win, and buddy, he got it. So I don't think he's ever going to be a promotional darling in that way, but he waited for the right opportunity. He stayed ready. He accepted the challenge on inauspicious terms, and he got it done. Pretty fucking impressive, if I do say so myself. Let's go through a little bit more of these results, and then we'll get to your questions. Carlos Prates, another back-to-back spinning back elbow. He lands on Geoff Neal at 459. Dude, I was talking about it on the live broadcast. His target diversity, front kicks up the middle, leg kicks. He's throwing jabs. He's throwing straights. He's throwing hooks. He's throwing all different kinds of stuff. It's going to the body. It's going to the head. It's going to the leg. And then sure enough, he adds in that little extra wrinkle right at the end and scores a tremendous stoppage. First guy to ever knock out Geoff Neal. Huge comeback win for Carlos Prates. I don't think he's the best guy of the fighting nerds by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know what the fuck to make of him smoking. But what I will say is he needed a big win, and he needed to take the fight. He needed to really, after being made to look like he couldn't just get a lot of offense going, he had to look here like he had some ideas about how to initiate offense and sustain it through the course of a bout, or at least a round anyway. And I thought he did that really well. Geoff, makes that easier relative to Ian Gary because he's going to come at you. But still, like, he needed a get-right performance, and he needed a diligent application of his skill in a get-right performance. And that's exactly what he got. Very, very impressive by him. Michael Page taking on Jared Cannonier. He wins unanimous decision, 29-28 across the board. Cannonier basically had no ideas on how to negotiate that distance himself, which of course is very difficult. Michael Page is, he's in, he's out, he's bouncing, he's touching, he's going. He eventually slips in the third round, and Cannonier gets on top, and then he has no answer. I don't think Page is, by any stretch of the imagination, the best guy at 85. And I don't think he's going to win any titles at 85. But he's fun to have in the division. Cannonier, hanging on. Didn't look terrible, but didn't look young and sprightly. I can say that. Looked like he was in good shape, but didn't look sprightly. And again, just didn't look like his skill set has matured to a point where he could lean on any one dimension of his game to supersede Page's. He does everything kind of well. He does nothing in particular very well, relative to the rest of that division. And so I think that kind of cost him. Tim Elliott defeats Kai Asakura at 4:39 of round number 2 via guillotine choke. Tim Elliott goofing off for the whole first round, it seemed like, which I thought he lost. Asakura was piecing him up a little bit with punches. But Tim Elliott on the ground is a different beast. I have to admit, he looked great on the ground. And let me look up some of the stats here very quickly, and then I'll get to some of your questions. Let me pull this up. Oops. Hold on. To jog my memory, yes. Tim Elliott gets 2 takedowns. They both happened in the second round, a minute of control time. And then ultimately, he got the guillotine choke from full mount, which he scored, right towards the end of the second round. Very, very clever and crafty and veteran performance from him. Not so much on the feet, but certainly on the ground, and especially towards the end of that second round. Again, all of that clowning shit, I guess if it frustrates your opponent to the point where they're rushing into you, and then you can wrap up a choke because they have made themselves vulnerable, it works. It absolutely works. And I think that's what he did for himself here tonight. So the guy is, how old is Tim Elliott? Tim Elliott is, he's not a spring chicken. Yeah, he's 38. And he's still getting some decent wins out there. That's pretty impressive. For Kai Asakura, that's 0-2 in the UFC. 31, it's supposed to be the middle of his prime. I know he beat Juan Archuleta to get into the UFC, but he has just not, okay, you lose to Pantoja, that's one thing. But, being reckless to the point where you're getting guillotined by Tim Elliott. Tim's not a bad fighter by any stretch, but, you expect a little bit more out of him. I don't know. I expected a little bit more out of him. But Tim Elliott exceeding my expectations. Very, very crafty on the ground. That was a nice win by him. Remember, he gave Demetrius Johnson on the ground a real tough fight. You have to kind of remember that. All right. Let me see here. Oh, wait, we got some updates here. The striking differential between Khamzat and DDP was 458, but that's for the regular strikes. Biggest striking differential before was 312 with Holloway and Cater. Let's see. Dana had every round 10-8 for Khamzat except round 5. White on Volkanovski wanting to fight Murphy in December. I love it. Pico has a concussion and is in the hospital. Fuck me, man. Ugh. Dana thinks Khamzat could be the biggest star in the sport. Dana says he would consider Khamzat Chimaev fighting on 321 in Abu Dhabi, October 25th. I guess if he wants to do the turnaround. Dana says to even think the Apex is going to be 5 or 10,000 seat arena is a complete lie. Great. It's going to be shitty. White says that he has no idea where the story of the Apex expanding to 10,000 people came from, and that nobody who was quoted or cited in the story actually spoke to the person who wrote the article. That's weird. Dricus du Plessis' 13 significant strikes landed over 5 rounds, ranks 10th fewest in a 25-minute UFC fight. The fewest 4 by Dan Hardy versus George St. Pierre at UFC 1-1 or 111. All right. Let's see what kind of questions you got here. All right, these are some of the questions. Some of these are from the previous, like in the middle of the fight. DDP got to make him work a bit more for takedowns. Yeah, he didn't. This reminds me why I hate this garbage division. Guy says, why is Chimaev not going for the Kimura out of the crucifix position? Because it might be a little bit squirmy and tough to get. Your position has to be just right. Like, you have to be able to reach over and grab the hand, and that can be hard, you know? Sam says, not going to lie, not feeling rewarded for staying up late for this premium wrestle fest. Okay, so you guys don't disagree too much with me. Jeffrey says, man, DDP's ear is going to be sore. Snoozer. Cody says, let's be real. Outside of his insane blast double, Chimaev is just Fitch and Shields dry hump fest with an Amish beard. He's a little bit more than that, but not in this fight. Paul says, this fight sucks. Askren versus Koreshkov, or was it Lima? Someone who, yeah, Koreshkov. It was Koreshkov. We had like all but 1 minute of control time in the fight. Someone who can't defend takedowns, and the guy getting the takedowns completely unwilling to open up to land anything, to land fight-ending damage or subs. Yeah, okay. I didn't know if you guys felt like me or not. Now I see you do. I feel better about it now. Jeffrey says, all that big scary talk to land 700 insignificant strikes. Boring AF. Damn, y'all are bitter. Tori says, great justification for no more pay-per-views. New animal of a champ gets the crowd booing. Damn, y'all hated it. This gentleman writes, Luke, but it all showed so much needed info about Khamzat's cardio. Yes, it did show about Khamzat's cardio. He could better manage resources. But it's, dude, if you're this way, it's easier to manage your resources. Right? I mean, it's like he managed resources, but you didn't manage resources while being an offensive dynamo. Ray says, I knew this was going to happen. The writing was on the wall from the Brunson and Tavares fight. He's genuinely awful at grappling, insanely pathetic. No, defensive grappling. He's actually pretty good offensively. Blake said, this fight blows. Wish Khamzat would try and finish. KS says, does DDP just have literally zero wrestling, anti-wrestling skills, or was he just made to look that way because Khamzat is that good? Both. Were Izzy and Rob right? Does he actually suck? No, it doesn't suck. Austin says, should the yellow card from Pride make a comeback? I've always believed in the yellow card, but a lot of American fans don't seem to like it or want it. Tori says, not a good look to get a finish, to be honest. Yes, we're never going to get a finish in that fight. Never, ever, ever jump the gilly. Yeah. This gentleman writes, would MVP have done better than DDP? No, probably not. Max says, Hendo Hua potential aged well. Yeah, that one aged poorly. I mean, I said it had potential. Fuck. I mean, those two opened up. Yeah, aged poorly. Max says, thank God I warned my boxing fan friends this might not be the fight to watch to become an MMA fan. Dricus' takedown defense is ghastly, basically zero resistance. Yeah. Man, I didn't pay for this, but I want a refund. Ty says, only excited to see how wide the scorecards are. Brandon, beard by domination. Yes. Dory says, sore losers, wrestling wins again. Cry about it. Okay. KC says, give Mark Goddard performance of the night bonus. I mean, he helped that fight move along. That mountain. Dricus might as well roll for a leg lock at this point. Yeah, totally. Chloe says, all-time LT ran inbound. Can't wait. Or it's from their boyfriend or whatever. Jack, I think Fluffy and Kaio win easy versus this Khamzat. Easy might be a strong word, but I like their chances. Drew says, that performance was as bad as the movie Weapons. That movie's supposed to be good. M22 says, credit to Khamzat, but what the fuck was that boring? Just lost 25 minutes of my life. What is there to even do to fix this? Nothing. Jackson says, Rogan is so behind on the stalling stand them up convo. I don't think he really keeps up with the new developments in the sport anymore. Too busy endorsing the white replacement theory with Musk on JRE. Yeah. It's like Joe's like, Goddard will stand them up and he'll be like, oh, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And I'm like, Joe, you're so fucking wrong. You're so fucking wrong. You're so fucking wrong. You, in MMA, people will game control positions without meaningful offense for extended periods. Letting them do that doesn't make MMA better. Aquabuddha, hey, Luke, was this validation for the people who felt DDP was all brute force and no technique? Or is the story more about Khamzat having wet blanket control abilities? Both. It's both. More Khamzat, but both. I want RDR versus Chimaev, someone with grappling threat. No, I want Fluffy. Irwin, super sticker, thank you. Chops, people wanted to see 25 minutes of Chimaev. He cruises in a 25-minute contest, and now we wanted a quick finish. Dude can't win. They wanted to see 25 minutes of him doing more than pitter-patter shots, though. And we'll make Khamzat work, right? I understand. Fluffy or Kaio beats the hugger with a slick sub. Those are the ones I think could do something interesting. The realness. Caucasians got to stop abusing my Africans. Thunderfoot. Is it possible for a 34-year-old alcoholic to turn it around and become Muay Thai amateur champ? In the amateurs, yes. Pros, no. Blake writes, Luke, how can anyone blame Khamzat? The guy went out there and dominated. I think he was trying to finish, and DDP was just too tough. No. If you are doing this, you are electing to reduce your meaningful offense. Again, you don't have to maintain it the whole time. You can maintain it for part of the time and then separate to do something. But if you maintain this, you are making a choice. And he made that fucking choice. And that's my problem. Is he just elected to go here? That's the issue. All right, hold on. My screen is acting up, so I can't see shit. Wait a second. Here we go. Do you think Khamzat laid out the blueprint to beat DDP, and do you think DDP will touch gold again? I don't think he'll touch gold again as long as Khamzat is wearing it. Blueprint to beat DDP. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can people pull off a version of what Khamzat did? Maybe Fluffy could. Maybe Kaio could. Something like that, you know? But, like, can people do what Khamzat does? No. That's why it's sort of a two-way conversation. This gentleman became a member. Thank you very much. New champ, but I think Chimaev is the most dominant weight class champ. Also, don't need to see Bo Nickel make NCAA wrestling look bad against Khamzat. I don't think Khamzat is more dominant than Ilya. Where's the cake shirt? Upstairs. It's too hot in my room. DDP, go train with Khabib in Dagestan, please. No rematch. I fully agree. David says, if the stats are real, is this the biggest beatdown of a champion in UFC history? It's not a physical beatdown, but it is a statistical beatdown. Yes. It's a monster statistical beatdown. Sorry, it's hot as shit in my studio, y'all. Aaron Pico looked really good until he didn't. Yes and no. He did a bunch of good things. That is true. But there were some questions right away. Did his stock drop massively, or does he still have a chance to come back in the 45 division? I'm going to tell you personally, I think his stock dropped massively. That's my opinion. Shouting at UAE but not Sweden, ungrateful lapdog. Oh, you mean Khamzat? Yeah. I mean, you know. And shouting out Kadirov's fucking gym. How egregious is spelled with an E. How egregious were the ref stand-ups? They weren't egregious at all. I supported both of them. Not a fucking thing about him was egregious. Guys, people in MMA will game control positions with, are they busy doing something? Sure, they're busy. But they're not meaningfully advancing the fight. Stand them up. Totally okay with that. If you're in a control position and you're just throwing busy shots and waiting for the clock to run out, fuck that. Advance the fight. And if you won't and they can't, the referee should. Nothing about that was egregious. Nothing. I'm a DDP defender, but yikes, what a huge step back. Imagine walking around all fight week with confidence knowing your wrestling is that poor. Khamzat, least impressive, totally dominant victory ever. Yeah, maybe. I'd have to think about that, but maybe it's up there. It's in consideration for a designation like that. Yes. Most amount of time a champ has been in the crucifix. BJ Penn spent a lot of time under Matt Hughes, but that might have been the most. I will have to ask Fight Metric. Styles make fights. Imavov, Kaio, and Fluffy all put up better fights. I fully agree with that. Blazer Core, welcome to the party. After Khamzat's win, am I wrong in thinking the UFC has never had so few marketable champs? Well, I still think Khamzat could be a big star. But yes, I mean, they're getting off pay-per-view at just the right time. It's a joke, obviously. Nickelodeon now has the deal. They loved how non-violent the main event was. Funny. Jasper, thank you very much. J-Dub says, odd moment post-fight. Chimaev attempted to take the mic out of DDP's hands and interrupt his message to South Africa. Well, he didn't. I mean, he let him have his say, but, he just wanted to make sure he didn't lose a chance to say something. Trey says, crazy that people boo them at that main event. That was incredible to watch. Maybe he can be a 3-division champion. No, he cannot. I don't think that. I don't think by the time he gets to 205, even guys who aren't that good are going to be able to stop and get up. No, I did not see anything there that told me he could do that. I hate to be that guy, but you said Nate Quarry got destroyed by Anderson Silva. I know you meant Rich Franklin. Yes, I did. In fact, Nate Quarry got destroyed by Rich Franklin, and Rich Franklin got destroyed by Anderson Silva. Shouts to Nate Quarry, though. I do like him. Great guy. Lovely guy, actually. JP says, prison grape doesn't look that one-sided. I don't think it lasts as long. Jared says, we need to hear from DDP's coaches on this camp. Yeah, good point. What the fuck were they up to? Noah says, if Yuri decided to go down to 85, how does he match up with Khamzat? He's going to be powerful, and I think he's going to be able to stop some of it and get up from some of it. Yeah. Again, hard to say over 25 minutes, but I think he would put up a much better effort than DDP did. Yeah. If that was entertaining to you, you must be fun at parties, right? DDP's takedown defense looked like someone with strong hips that just expected to pancake someone. That is exactly what it was. Great way to describe it. No real attempt to sprawl, whizzer, or crossface. Totally. He expected to just physically bully him. God, that was such a great way to put it. I'm so glad you said that. Here, great comment right here. This is a great comment. This is so absolutely true. He didn't do enough of the things from a wrestling standpoint you would need to do to really help yourself. He just kind of thought he could boss his way into it, and that would be sufficient. So fucking true. Alan says, if Alex recaptures the 205 title, should DDP move up to face him instead of staying at 85? If they let him. I don't know if they're going to let him. If DDP could just level up enough to stuff a few takedowns and keep it standing for a while and make Chimaev work hard for each takedown, the outcome could change. Did he look that close to that ability to you? He did not look that close to that ability to me. Patrick says, I don't know. I thought the fight was great. Khamzat tried to finish, but DDP at the very least defended the submission attempts well and dominant performance. Listen, if you liked it, it's fine. I mean, I'm not going to cry too much, but I did not leave feeling... The fight left little to be desired to me. Thomas says, wonder if Chimaev set a record for control time in a title fight. Would have to see. I don't know. The last time a champion spent that much time in... I can't remember the last time a champion spent that much time in bottom position. Yeah, agreed. I again, we'll have to wait and see, but it's a decent thought. Robert says, how does Khamzat's style do against an Olympic wrestler in MMA that could strike like Yoel in his prime or his Caucasian grappling? Yoel would have been a tough matchup because he would have been really hard to take down, and he's got that ability to scramble through. That would have been a little bit more interesting to me. But, of course, he's not there anymore. MMA Savage, can you compare Rob's defense against Khamzat versus DDP? Rob gave up his back and then kept trying to right his posture, whereas for the most part, Khamzat DDP chose to face Khamzat chest to chest, or if he had the back, to just stay low rather than trying to create height and posture. And so that's part of the reason why the fight just got extended, because Khamzat couldn't find the opening for the choke because DDP is just kind of scrunched down, you know. This would have happened to any other middleweight champ ever. No, I don't think so. Kadyrov using Khamzat as a recruitment tool. I mean, he's been doing that. That would not be new. Trust me. Alex says, hey, Luke, my most hyped fight in the UFC is Khamzat versus Islam. How do you think that fight goes? There's no way to know until we see Islam against JDM. There's just no way to know. There's just no way to know. But Khamzat, you know, it's going to be much harder to take and keep down Islam, you know, even with the size disparity. The Fighting Nerds are so back. Great fucking team. What they did with Michael Oleksiejczyk, amazing what they've done with him. Could a fight this skillful but dull result in rule changes? No, it would have to be a calamity to get a rule change. It wasn't a calamity. No. Going back to your comment of DDP can't be one of the middleweight greats after being dominated like that, can't the same be said of Izzy versus Strickland? Dominant 5-0 defeat, dropped, lost at his own game. No, because he's got enough of a otherwise... He reached a threshold of title defenses that is unique except for Anderson Silva. No one else has matched that. And so until that becomes more normal, he still has enough of an overall resume to counteract that. Devin says, Khamzat's pressure to win was similar to Tatiana's. Yeah, she also, pretty similar styles. A lot of wrist riding too, yep. Joshua says, Merab's type of wrestling scrambling is the key against Dagestan Chechen types of wrestling. Yes. You have to have the sprawl and then the second order scrambling to go with it. You have to. KC seems to ask the exact same questions over and over and over again. Did we just get enough tape? Khamzat Chimaev. Did we just get enough tape for the competent teams to develop their answers? I feel like Craig Jones is licking his lips right now. Yes. Well, look at all the things where DDP failed and write down what you would do in every single one of them. Because you're going to have to figure that out. That's what you have to do. Have an answer for all that. And it's a lot to have an answer for. Should DDP move down to 70? I don't think he could. Or 205? It really depends on the matchup. 205 is a matchup dependent one, I think. Can you briefly explain what the broomstick is? So what you'll see is a guy will take he'll be sideways with a guy, right? They're standing body lock. I'll say I'm the one, you're facing this way, and I've got you right here, okay? I'll bring my leg over your first leg and then behind your other one, and I can use that to then sit you to the ground like a takedown. It's called a broomstick. And Chimaev can do it sometimes. Lots of guys do it. Sterling is really good at it. It's called broomstick, the broomstick. Luigi, welcome to the party. Was expecting Jones Bader and got Nelson Slice. Yeah, something like that. Valentina audited Jessica Andrade like that. Yes. It's pretty similar, but she had better ground and pound, but yes. What rewatch value does the Chimaev DDP fight have? For nerds like me who want to study what the positions were like, plenty. But for people who are trying to be entertained, nothing. A reason WWS gave Khamzat his hardest fights. Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about here? Well, welterweights. Because they can scramble? Yeah, maybe. Khamzat reminded me of Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar had better ground and pound than that. Although he had a lot of pitter-pat shots too. GJ says, DDP had great names on his resume, though obviously past their primes. Did that cause the industry to overrate him, or was the hype fair? Hype was fair. It's just Khamzat is a unique challenge, and the guys he beat previously were not like that. Every champion who builds a longer resume has to take out the other division's elderly. That's almost always how it happens. Look at what Elliott just did at 45 and now 55. Look what Izzy did. Look what Silva did. You have to take out the previous generation, and then you begin to face the newcomers if you can maintain it long enough, and that's where DDP fell short today. Can Khamzat Chimaev become a megastar like Khabib Nurmagomedov? Maybe. Can he retire undefeated as a champion? Also a maybe. Gracias, Luke. Buenas noches. All right. Some kind of guy says, what rewatch? Yeah, not much. Luke, thank you for the years of great content. How do you feel about Murphy and Volk agreeing to a fight in December? Fucking love it. I absolutely love Murphy's style. Love it. He earned it. He's a worthy adversary. It'll be a very technical fight. I love it. True or false? DDP will be champion again at 85 or 205. False. Nope. I think that ship has sailed. Albert says, you're the GOAT MMA reporter, but you over-criticize fighters. Yeah, that's the problem. Khamzat 50-44 DDP, yet at least 50% of your review was negative. Balance, wins, and flaws. I mean, it's so weird, right? Like when guys do well, I say nice things about them. I mean, this is a very easy job to understand in one sense, right? When guys do really well, I praise them. And when guys don't, I criticize them. There were parts of what Khamzat did that were very, very impressive, of course. Am I supposed to get up here and lie to you and tell you I saw someone that was like, oh my God, I was so impressed by that? I was impressed by the positional maintenance. I was not impressed by anything else. Am I supposed to lie about that? Am I supposed to be impressed by the ground and pound? Am I supposed to be impressed by the submission threats or the weaving of the two in between? Am I supposed to be impressed by the striking? What am I supposed to be impressed by? The positional maintenance. That was tremendous. Not much, and the takedowns were pretty good too. Not much else. Sorry. Luke, I feel you were being too harsh on Chimaev. DDP being a dangerous guy could explain his measured approach. Yes, to a degree. He didn't want to take a bunch of risks, but I can respect that as a way to get a win, but I'm not going to award extra points for that. I can respect it. I respect it, but I don't. If we want to heap big accolades on people, they have to do the kinds of things that warrant it. And on one dimension, he did, but in one dimension. Boss, you are being harsh on Chimaev. DDP didn't try to get up. Yeah, don't get me wrong. DDP deserves I said he deserves the majority of the criticism. If he had, Chimaev would have caught him. He laid there like he was dead. Yes, don't get me wrong. I don't disagree that the majority of the blame goes on DDP. But what would Elliott do to DDP based on? Oh, yeah, come on. Four-eyed person. Initial thoughts, who were at middleweight can beat Khamzat? We kind of been over this one. It's like, it feels like Kaio would have something of a chance. Fluffy, something of a chance. The answer is maybe nobody. But I do think Kaio, I do think Fluffy would have, honestly, I'm not saying Bo Nickel would beat Khamzat, but do you think Bo Nickel would get taken down and held that easily? You know, do you think that? I don't think that. Barone writes, Pico was never that good in MMA. Not a whole lot of fight IQ. Too many bad losses with CTE inducing shots already. Never to be a UFC champ. With 28, he's 28. I wouldn't write him off. But that was, again, that was about as inauspicious a beginning as it's going to get. And Ngannou should be brought back to beat up Chimaev. All right, that's a little much. That's a little much. Four-eyed person says, you said Prates isn't the best of the fighting nerds. Who do you think is? So far, Jeon Silva, from what I've seen. You can maybe argue Kaio, but I think Jeon Silva might have a higher upside. Hoofy also is very interesting, but he's not as proven. So I would say Jeon Silva. I think Jeon Silva has really proven to me to be pretty special. Where does Kaio rank? He could be number 1, too. It's him or Jeon. It was very anticlimactic. It feels like everyone will forget this fight next week. Chimaev doesn't have that danger factor against top guys. No, he still does, but he doesn't have that, like, I'm going to finish you factor. And that's a little bit of a concern. Bert Bink says, Khamzat finishes everyone but DDP, who is second to Khamzat. DDP, the best middleweight we've seen in a while. Of course, he is hard to finish. Anybody's going to be hard to finish ground and pounding that way. You have to give them, like, other things have to be done to create better fight ending scenarios. Oh, but like DDP would get up. Dude, what about what DDP did tells you he couldn't be taken back down? That to me is such a bullshit argument. Oh, DDP would get up. Yeah, he'd be Matt Return pretty quickly, would he not? Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Is Khamzat the grappling version of Strickland? No, because it's much more proactive. Strickland is more like a defensive, like pull the fight into his rhythm. Chechens and Dagestanis are, I don't know what that means. Certainly, okay. I mean, I'm not reading that shit. All right. Patrick, I got to say, you might be the best MMA analyst. Definitely. Well, thank you. I definitely learn a lot from you every time I watch. Well, I appreciate that. I'm probably not, but I appreciate that. Christopher says, the Caucasus Mountains producing the greatest talent. DDP got DDT'd. They are a formidable force, are they not? I certainly agree with that. Dan says, seems like Chechen, Dagestani fighters don't seem to give a damn about being Russian. They talk about Gaza, not Ukraine, religion over country. Who gives a shit? Muhammad says, Khamzat striking is very suspect. Every time it was standing, he was getting lit up. It wasn't for much. So I don't want to say everything was very suspect, but I don't think I don't know what the evidence would be to say that you think he could win a fight on his striking alone. Afifi says, I think the new TV deal nullifies the potential for a superstar like Ronda or Conor to appear. It also kills the potential of any promotion competitor even more now. Pay-per-views are dead for good. That's not what Dana thinks. Anderson was on his back against Chael, ended differently. And he also had 2 fucked up knees in that fight, too. I don't know if you guys know that. Jared says, I kept thinking, DDP, why the fuck don't you dive for his legs as soon as the round starts? Try something else. Again, cornerman, what's up? Yeah, I think his cornermen have a lot to answer for. I agree. Blake, Luke, is it very fair that Khamzat can be the greatest wrestler of all time in UFC? We'd have to define exactly what that means. But in terms of like a guy who leveraged wrestling to achieve the most, he would have some work to do, but obviously he's got a lot. Certainly at the higher weight classes, well, no, because then you got Couture and you got, Couture won 2 titles as a wrestler. So Khamzat's got some work to do, but I agree. Again, the package of takedowns to positional maintenance that he's got are pretty great. Would you compare DDP's performance to Grasso Shevchenko 3? Yeah, except that was the 3rd time she fought her, This was the first. David says, how are you able to evaluate fights with such technical details without having a fighting background? Like you are the GOAT MMA boxing reporter. Guys, it's because I trained for, about a decade, and I've asked questions of the very best minds for 20 years. You put about 9-10 years of training with about 20 years of studying, you tend to learn some things along the way, Favorite MMA quote. Mine is DDP about footwork. Yeah. I don't know if I have a favorite MMA quote, but Ben Saunders' "Let's motherfuckers" was a favorite rallying call. How about that? How's DC going now that it's under martial law? Well, it's not martial law yet, but they're certainly doing their fucking best, aren't they? All right, boys and girls. I'm sorry that you thought I was harsh on Chimaev, but I don't regret what I said. So there you go. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. One more time, we'll get the stuff more formally sorted when we do this on when we do this on Thursday's live chat. Big thanks to Toiletries for coming back here for the rest of the year. We'll get some of that stuff sorted for you guys, as well as big thanks, if we can, one more time to DraftKings, ladies and gentlemen. Use that code LukeLive, LukeLive. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use that code. Guys, it'd be so helpful if you could do that. It'd make a big difference for anybody who, I know the fights are over tonight, but, getting in there for whatever's next and using that code would make a big difference for me. It'd make a big, big difference. I could use it, but I appreciate everyone being here. Thanks to everyone who watched. Thanks to everyone who subscribed. Thanks to everyone who became a member. Thanks to everybody who donated. Thank you to you all. I love you so much. You guys are the best. Is there anything else I'm missing? Oh, yeah, a couple more. Hang on. Zach says, at least admit how hard a control a strong tank like DDP, even if that meant that Khamzat had to fall short on ground and pound. Yes, I've admitted, even that is very, very difficult to do, and how he blanked him so easily. But it's 2 ways. Partly it's because Khamzat is so good, and partly because DDP just did not have great scramble ability. Do MMA wrestlers stand any chance in front of Olympic wrestlers in pure wrestling contest? If they did, they would have done it already. No, the answer is obviously not. All right. And by the way, Henry Cejudo won a gold medal. So when we define wrestling and MMA, what do we mean? All right. Doesn't matter. Thank you guys so much for watching. I greatly appreciate it. I'm out of here. Until next time, get some sleep. Bye.